Hello, hello. Hey, CB. You know what? I hated to. I was so bad. I tried to get back to your live yesterday, and I had a call. I actually was getting several calls, but I took a call, and then it seemed like when I came back, you were gone. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey. Come in, tap the screen, share the live. Let's see if we can get some people in here on this Friday afternoon. The sun is bright coming in here. I might move into my office, but I know the sun will be super bright over there. Come in, tap the screen, share the live. Come in, tap the screen, share the live. Cesis, welcome to the live.
Hey, how's it going?
Going great for me. How about you? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Yep. What brings you up?
I have the prompt.
Okay. So you read the prompt.
Yep.
Do you understand the prompt?
Yep.
Okay. All right. And you want to talk about the prompt?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead.
Uh, I know not white people have privilege. White privilege. That's a myth in 2026. And then black excellence. I mean, yeah, you could say there's black people that have excelled. Above the norm. So yeah, there could be some kind of thing of like black people who have excelled. So I'm fine with that. But yeah, like I think since pretty much all racism and systemic racism, everything kind of been dismantled since Obama took office. I'm probably more towards like the 2000s, like early 2000s, like 2001. So
Okay. So
basically, in
wonderful.
my whole lifetime, there has been zero privilege that been afforded to me.
Okay. So
Um,
since Obama dismantled racism, what is the result? What do we see as a result of this dismantled racist
Fair
system?
and equitable society that you can succeed no matter what your skin color is. You can excel no matter what your skin color is. You can live a happy, normal life. You don't have to be fearful of anything depending on your skin color. Um, the system basically operates in a fair and equitable way where we have
Wonderful.
laws
So
put
tell
in
me, what
place
were
if it
those
doesn't. Huh?
changes? What were those changes? So what were the change? So because I just want to slow you down a little bit so we can have a conversation.
Cool.
So there was before Obama and after Obama. So what were these legal changes that created this fair and equitable system?
Well, I would say how they were implemented.
Okay, well tell me. I,
Because
I'm
the
I'm
laws
not
changed a
saying
while ago and then they were implemented,
okay.
like
So tell
since
me
Jim
what. Tell
Crow.
me wonderful. Jim Crow was quite some time before Obama,
Yeah,
but
it was like the 60s.
okay. So what was implemented different than before Obama?
Oh, just no discrimination based on color, no prejudice,
Right. I
bigotry.
mean, I hear you saying the words, but I'm asking you what changed. What did discrimination look like before Obama, and what did it look like after Obama?
So it would be like a curve where like or like a graph that steadily like went like if you said like America racism and like it was high, you know, with slavery, all time high, and then it dipped down. Jim Crow, it got a little bit lower, and then basically from Obama, it became a flat line.
So you're saying that it just happened magically. I'm trying to ask
No, no,
you,
no. It like every year, every
but
month, it
based
just
on
got
what?
better and better
But
because
how?
new
But
people were
how?
born. Well, here
But
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. New people
okay,
were born like me
so
and many others.
okay, so new people were born after Obama. So if
Not
Obama,
after Obama, like
okay,
during and before and throughout time. You know, like anybody born after Jim Crow never experienced Jim Crow. You know, so the standard was everybody was
I was
equal.
born, sir. I was born after Jim Crow, and I experienced Jim Crow.
No, not really, because you were born after it,
Yeah,
so you didn't live through it.
sir, I did.
Nah, I disagree with that.
How can you disagree with a life experience you don't know?
Well, you just said it.
Right, but you're telling me that that people born after Jim Crow did not experience Jim Crow. They most certainly
They
did.
didn't.
They did.
No, because they were
What was
born
it that
after
happened?
it, so you didn't
Okay,
experience it.
okay, so let's talk about it. See, so here's what I love, and I love that you're here, and I love your energy, and I think we can have a good conversation, right? Because what happens is what we learned how to do over time. You're talking about that racism flatline. No, we just talked about things differently, right? So you're on here just saying that these things happen, but when I'm asking you what was the mechanism of change, we can't have that conversation. So now we've hit on something where you said when Jim Crow ended. So for you, when did Jim Crow end?
Was it 1965?
So let's say 1965 is when Jim Crow ended. So in your mind, when Jim Crow ended, what actually happened?
They took away like the black only or whatever the color only water fountains and all that stuff.
Okay, so when it took away segregated water fountains, did that mean that white people were accepting of black people?
Not all, but like a lot, most.
Okay, so how long did it take? How long do you think that it took for attitudes, right? Because you can change a law, right? So even when they make a law today, that law might not even go into effect for 2 years, 3 years down the road. So if you say Jim Crow ended in 1965, right? I told you I was born after Jim Crow, and I was born in 1966. So you see, we're tracking, right? Jim Crow ended in 1965. I was born in 1966. You said that I did not experience Jim Crow, and I'm telling you I did because the arc of Jim Crow ran from 65 all the way into 1980s. Did you know that?
Yeah, you didn't join the workforce yet. You're still just a baby, so you didn't experience anything.
Well, I
Sorry
did
to
because
tell you.
sir, I did because I desegregated a school. Sorry to tell you. So, see, after they make a law, the law then has to be enacted and then the law has to be enforced. And one of the laws that came after Jim Crow was forced desegregation. So, the process of forcing children to go to school with people who are hostile with them, who don't want them to go to school with them, is after Jim Crow, and it is actually having those experiences. And so, busing in the city that I live in, forced busing, was still happening into the 80s.
All right. Well, I experienced World War II because
So, I'm
my.
not asking you, sir, I'm not asking you. No, 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 no. We're not going to change the subject. Let's
I mean,
stick
that's
with
kind of like what you're
sir,
saying. Like,
sir,
because
sir.
there's residual effects of World War
Excuse
II
me.
still to this day that I experienced it.
Right, exactly. And here's the thing.
No, that's ridiculous.
I'm not arguing with you about World War II. You're suggesting that in 1965 something magical happened. And I'm telling you, you made a declarative statement that after 1965, nobody born after 1965 faced these things. I am correcting you because they did. One of the things, so then you said, well, I wasn't in the workforce. You're right. I was a school person. I was in school.
I mean, you said you were the first one to go to school, which would mean Jim Crow is ended. So you didn't experience Jim Crow because you did go to that school. You exactly proved my point. So get over it, lady.
There's nothing for me to get over, baby. I don't have anything to get over.
Like, you
You're
just
one,
proved my point. Let's move on to the
but I
next
didn't
one.
prove your
We're
point.
all
You
right. Disagree on
said,
this one. Let's move on to the next
sir,
one.
no, we're not, because you said,
All right. You're right. Fine. You're right. You're right. You experienced Jim Crow. Okay. What's your point?
why are you bothered?
Because we're not getting anywhere in a conversation I want to
So,
have.
but you thought
And
that
it
we were
seems like
getting
you want to
somewhere.
have it because you made the prompt and you invited people up. And that's what you're trying to do here on TikTok.
Sir,
So either let's have a conversation or
well,
grow up.
we're having one, but the way that you were having the conversation was just you making a series of statements without those statements actually being discussed. So now that we are discussing what you said, because it is your contention, your declaration is that racism somehow magically went away. So what I am now using, I thought that you gave a great example. Forced busing is what impacted many children into the 80s and in some areas into the late 90s. So racism did not end at Jim Crow. It actually created another 20 to 30 years of increased hostility because people became angry being forced into the idea of integration. That's the point that I'm trying to make to you. And now that I am actually stopping you from just simply making statements, now you're saying you don't want to have the conversation.
Listen, there will always be some kind of individual racism. But I'm arguing there is zero white privilege basically since 1988.
So
You know, like,
let's go back to talking about individual racism. Would you say that forced busing is individual racism?
well, when did that end?
As I just told you, for some, depends on where
81?
sir, it depends on where you lived. In some places, it went into the 90s.
Forced busing.
Yes.
All right, and then it ended after that.
But the question that we're talking about is, you said there will always be individual racism. So my question to you
Yeah.
is,
And there's also going to be individual racism for white people.
but I'm not trying to ask whether or not there will or they won't be. What I'm asking you is forced busing individual racism? Is that individual or is that systemic?
Sounds like a systemic problem.
Okay. So now we can now get away from this idea that you have that something magical happened in 1965. It did not. It ushered in a new level of racism. It didn't remove racism. You with me? So I don't know. He's put himself on mute. So let me explain this. So when I say that I desegregated a school in 1970, I also was supposed to desegregate a different school in 1981. However, so that's 11 years. So the decree was in 1954. So for y'all listening, desegregated schools, Brown versus Education, was in 1954. I believe that's right. 1954, I believe, that ordered schools to integrate. My father integrated a school in 1950 in the same school system that I integrated a school in 1970. In that exact same school system, we were being forced to integrate another school in 1980. So for 30 years, why is that? It is because white people were fighting that progress. The law changed. White people fought that progress for years because they did not want that progress. All happened in the same school system. The reason why I did not have to integrate, be forcefully bused to another area in 1981 is because our parents fought it, because we had already been in high school for 1 year. They wanted to remove us from our high school, and they wanted to send us 45 minutes away to another school, and our parents fought it. It helped for some of us. Half of our friends still had to be forcefully bused. The only children who were allowed to stay at the school where we were those who had siblings. That is not an individual person being racist. That is systemic.
Yeah, and didn't I state early on, like basically when Obama took office, like everything was completely done?
Everything was not completely done when Obama took office.
Yeah,
So
basically. I mean, you'll have a couple sprinkles here and there, but like, I mean, we're talking less than 0.00001% of people are actually like hurting BLK people.
Sir,
I mean, I don't know how you don't see that. Like,
racism doesn't have to do with a person being hurt. Racism is the ideological.
I mean, you gotta get over it, lady.
There's nothing for me to get over.
You gotta wake up and be like, yeah, America's been pretty great because white people have dismantled racism. Hooray! We did what they wanted them to do.
So you're saying that what I should do is I should be waking up and being grateful to white people.
I think you should be more thankful.
To who?
To Americans.
I am an American.
Yeah, so you should be more thankful to your fellow Americans. Say, hey, I live in the best country for BLK people. And goddamn, is it beautiful here.
So you think that as a black person, you think that as a white person, that I should see the world the way you see it because that's what makes you comfortable.
No, I didn't say see it through my eyes. I said you should be more thankful.
But you did. You didn't ask me, how do I see it? You told me how I should see it. Right? You didn't have a conversation with me.
Oh, all right. Well, how do you see it? Tell me how you see it currently.
Excuse me, I'm still talking. So what I'm saying to you is when you actually see me as an equal American, you don't believe that you can presume to tell me what life is and what life should be, because you would see me as an equal American and you would know that my thoughts and my ideas are equal to yours. And so you would ask me about them rather than try to be condescending to me to tell me how I should think and feel and who I should be grateful to. Right?
Well, how do you think and feel about America in 2026? Let's go there.
The way that I feel about it is on my prompt, that there's white privilege in 2026 and the counterbalance is black excellence. That's how I feel. That's why I made it a prompt.
Got it. All right. So what do you think there is about white privilege? Where do you see white privilege? I see white here in America.
I see it everywhere.
Tell me about that.
I see it everywhere because America is designed around the priorities and protection of white people. So I'm not sure how anybody who lives in America doesn't know that or see that.
And what proof would you have of that?
That every norm and standard that we have in America is designed around white people. That we
because like do ambulances say, oh hey, there's a black car accident, let's not go?
No, because that's not how white privilege works. White privilege works.
Oh, hey, there's a robbery. Let's go quick to the white person's house.
So have you ever looked at the data on emergency runs and the actual process time in terms of how they do respond to emergencies?
Yeah. I have looked into it, and it's shockingly racist towards white people.
Okay, so you're telling me that white people don't get ambulatory services?
No, that's not what I said at all. You're not listening, and you're not seeing it through my eyes, because you would be asking.
Well, probably.
But anyways, black people say, hey, we're in prison because we're over-policed. But
excuse me. Again,
white neighborhoods.
You and I can have a conversation.
Both ways.
We can't have a conversation with you just making a series of statements that we don't stop and check in with. Now, you can let me know whether or not you're able to do this or not. So,
Able to do it. Let's continue.
okay, so you mentioned about hospital runs, which has nothing to do with white privilege. White privilege would be the system that created the ambulatory system, right? It wouldn't be the ambulance run. So I think the problem that you and many people have is you don't even know what white privilege is. You just know that you don't like how it sounds. So white privilege is you being white in an America that is dominated by white people. So our laws are created by white people for the protection and prioritization of white people. That's just how it works. In the United States of America,
But we
all
have anti-discriminatory laws. If we were so white
right,
privileged, wouldn't we have laws that would just say we can't hire black people until white people all are, none of which have unemployment or something like that? That would be like a discriminatory law and a privilege. But we don't have it. We actually have the opposite here.
do we?
Yeah,
So
1000%.
tell me in 2026, what has happened to the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission in 2026?
I don't know. It's probably a useless commission.
So do you know what the EEOC is? And do you know?
Is it the Equal Opportunities Commission?
Do you know its function? Do you know its function? Do you know what its function is?
To provide equal opportunities.
Actually, no, that isn't what it is. So the EEOC was actually the monitoring arm of equality and discriminatory practices in the workplace. So just like it is a law against speeding, right? But if there's no police officer sitting there on the highway to catch you while you're speeding, people break the law every day. It is only if there's a police officer there with one of those speed guns that catches you in the act, right? So the EEOC was a monitoring arm for fairness. And so if a person felt as if they were being discriminated against, they would take that discrimination claim to the EEOC. The EEOC would investigate the claim, and if the claim had merit, the EEOC would then bring suit or resolution with those companies, right? So that is what they've been doing.
And it was dismantled in 2026.
Yeah, that is what Donald Trump is
Good.
doing.
And here's why. Because that's a useless step of bureaucracy that is not needed. You can literally just go to those lawyers. They could file suit on your behalf, and then you cut out all this waste, by going through another hoop. Like there are people like lawyers that you could hire. So if you catches someone being discriminatory, they could go to their lawyer with a proof.
What we were discussing,
My boss saying, "Get out of this."
What we were discussing was whether or not racism has ended in 2026, and what has actually ended is legal protections against discrimination. And now
we still have those legal.
Excuse me, if you
understand, you still have legal.
If you keep interrupting me, I'm going to drop you. If you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to drop you.
But you muted me while I was talking. Very childish.
I muted you so that I could get my sentence out, because when you're not on mute, you are talking over me.
Yeah, but I was talking first and you muted your sentence.
Sir, you were not. You were talking about the EEOC. And now I was explaining to you about the EEOC. So when I said what the EEOC does, now you said this is a good thing that it has been dismantled. You didn't say that it was dismantled because there was no discrimination and racism, which is what you began with, that it's all gone away in 2026. The reason why you said that it was good that it's gone away is because when people have these discriminatory issues that you claim no longer exist, they need to just go and hire their own lawyer. And that rather than having a government that is actually monitoring discrimination and racism, that we should no longer allow the government to watch that, right? Nobody. So we should all speed on the highways. We should remove all of the police officers from the highway and let people speed as they choose to. That is what you said. So
It's not what I said, lady.
your actual
All right, so
response
you just rewound the tape.
your
You wanted to edit it, and Doctor did it something else. You're incapable of.
I tried. If you take a deep breath and you decide that maybe you want to come back, you are more than welcome to come back. But if I'm not mistaken, those in the audience, listen, hey, if you're here and you're in the audience, please tap the screen. I need you to tap the screen and get the likes up to about 20,000. But if you are here, what the man's claim was is that there has been no racism since Obama. I asked the man if he could tell me under what mechanism that had been accomplished. He was not able to do that. He made several other claims that simply were not true. Now we're talking about the EEOC, and he did not say we don't need the EEOC because racism is dead, which was his original claim. He said we don't need it because it's bureaucracy and people need to go hire their own lawyers. Numi, welcome to the live.
Thank you for having me, ma'am. I hope Black excellency still goes for you. You know what I'm saying? That's the word right there, right? So I requested up because I want to talk to that man that was up here. He really pissed me off when he said we should just thank white people, and that's when I requested. But I'm guessing you're doing a 1v1 kind of ticket.
Well, I do in the beginning. I actually call it like the warm up on my panel. I just call it the warm up. You know, it kind of gets my blood flowing. I bring up a couple people as opposed to having a bunch of people up here arguing and debating. I just try to do that to get the issues out on the table. And then as the live goes on, I just add more people. It's just kind of how the rhythm goes. So actually, I thought he was a good guest. I liked having him up here. He was asking questions. But as usually what happens, if you can't just make a series of statements without anybody questioning them, then he was getting upset about it. So
Yeah, what I usually point out is I try to get people to understand where did the hierarchy come from. That's like my biggest point when I argue this topic. It's like when you look at race and racism, who created it? Where did it come from? What's its origins? How does it affect the society socially? You have pointed that out. Even though Jim Crow ended, it's not like magically it ended in 1965. There were residual effects because this is an ideology that's carried socially, right? And that's another thing I wanted to point out to him. And that's why I usually try to get people to understand what white privilege is. It's based in that hierarchical concept of race. It really is that simple. And I just don't think they want to look at it in that simplicity. They want to get offended by it. It's like you need to remove your feelings and just look at fact.
yeah, absolutely. So we talk about white privilege over here a lot, and I go into depth, but I try to engage with the person that I'm talking to where they are. So, Jason, welcome to the live.
Yeah, so
Hello, Jason. How are you? Welcome to the live.
white man bad, right?
Hello, Jason. Welcome
That's
to
what
the live.
man.
Hi, Jason. How are you? My name is Valerie.
Yeah,
Welcome to the live.
your race has stolen everything into the country. You continue to burn
Jason,
everything in this
Jason,
world.
Jason, you don't even know how to walk into a room and say hello. It doesn't seem that we're off to a good start.
My name is asshole.
Your name is
Tired of the blacking my country down and cry a victim. You circumspect you people yourself. Period.
So, Jason, I just have a question. If that's your opening statement, would you say that that is the projection of racist ideology, or is that a projection of unity and equality? You can unmute yourself. So did you
No, lady,
did
it's
you hear
fact.
did you hear my
It's
question?
fact. Your race has
I didn't ask
destroyed
you I didn't
this
ask you
country.
whether or not it was a fact. Let me ask you my question again. Perhaps you didn't understand it. The question I asked you is the things that you came up here and rattled off,
The quid the
would you suggest that those things are a projection of racist ideology, or are they a projection of fairness and equality? That's the question. I ask very simple questions around here. Tony, hello. Welcome to the live.
Hi, Valerie. How are you, girl?
I'm doing great. Wonderful. How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
Good, good, good. You read the prompt?
Yes, it is. What? It says yes. White people have white privilege. I was wondering about the privilege for the black women saying that they're more smarter than us because we went to college. Because they went to college.
Okay, well, let's talk about it. How is me telling you that I have a college degree black privilege?
Because they
So I
should
am one of those. I'm
not.
one of those women. I'm a black woman. I have a couple college degrees. I've taught at the university level. How is me stating that? How is that black privilege? Because give you the
I'm
facts.
just saying, not you. I'm saying
But I'm
not you.
asking. I'm asking how is the statement of fact that black women went to college? How is that black privilege? That's all my
I'm
question.
just, okay. I'm just saying they shouldn't say that. Well, I'm smarter than you because I went to college. They shouldn't be telling people that.
Okay.
I heard
How,
at least 4 to 5 of
whether they
them
should
saying
or
that.
they shouldn't, I'm asking you, how is that black privilege?
It's kind of private. They went to college and then they got their degree and stuff. Some people can't. I'm just saying they shouldn't be rubbing in people's face that why I went to college when I was more smarter than you. That's like,
So where
why
are
are you
you
saying that? Every race
encountering?
went to college.
Excuse me, where are you encountering these women
On
who
here,
are rubbing in your face? So do you
on
live out
here.
in the real world?
Well, I'm just saying they shouldn't be saying that
Why shouldn't they?
because they're not smarter than no one else that went to college
So
just
do you
because of your
think that
race.
black women, so do you think if I walked into a particular place, do you think that people look at me as a black woman and they say, wow, she's black, she must be very smart and college educated? Or do
Probably
you
yes.
think, excuse me, or do you think that people's thought is she's black and then they have to run through a series of negative stereotypes in their head first?
I wouldn't say no negative stereotypes. Not me.
So there have been two gentlemen up here on my panel today before you. I don't know if you were here for those conversations, Tony. Do you think that the way that those two men were speaking to me sounded as if they revered me and respected me because I'm a college educated black woman?
Jason didn't.
What about the other guy?
I wasn't here. I wasn't on your live when he was
Let me
on.
just tell you, he didn't. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. So it's black women who are typically undervalued, doubted, and dismissed. Saying that I have a college education isn't black privilege.
I'm just saying I'm just saying they shouldn't be saying I'm more smarter than you because I went to college. I'm just saying they shouldn't be saying that.
So if they're smarter than you, what should they say?
I'm just saying, well, I got a college degree. Don't be saying that you're smarter than
Right. But what
people.
I'm saying is if somebody is smarter than you, what should they say?
You went to college
Okay.
and stuff because, like, I just don't like how they, like, people. Some people can't
So,
afford
so let me
college
so let me cut to the quick. So what you're saying is black people should not say things that white people don't like to hear.
and stuff. Well, that's one thing, but some people can't afford college.
Okay, because there was a white guy up here who just got finished telling me that I should be thankful to white people.
Well, he's kind of wrong for saying that.
Well, he is,
He
right?
probably just lives in a
But
white neighborhood.
but he said it. And so do you think that his sentiment that black people should be grateful, thankful, and be quiet, do you think that that thought process that he has, do you think that that's something that many white people think?
And it depends on where they live at. Some do.
So have you spent very much time at all thinking about how black people should respond to the dismissive and devaluing and dehumanization that they suffer from people? How should they respond to that?
Sometimes nicely, or you can have attitude. They give you attitude.
Why would I need to be nice to somebody that's dismissive of me, that's devaluing of me? or dehumanizing. Why would I owe you niceness?
Because sometimes they do it to the white people too, and then they say we're playing victim when we try to respond back
Okay. Thank you so much, Tony, for coming up.
and stuff. So
Mhm. Shy 98, hello, welcome to the live. I know.
My
CB.
bad. I was just clicking the screen and accidentally hit the request button. That was an accident. I appreciate you accepting me though. I am so sorry for the way people been behaving this morning though. It's disgusting
Can
the
I
way some
just give
people
you?
think.
Can I just tell you something? This is
Oh,
just me.
absolutely.
This is just woman to woman. Don't apologize for other people.
Fair enough. Good point.
You understand what I'm saying?
You're
Hold
right.
them accountable for themselves. What you can do instead is say, here's how I felt about the way that these people behaved. Do you see what I'm saying?
Good point. Good point.
Don't
You're right.
apologize for these strange adult men who are responsible for themselves.
You're so right. Well,
Right?
I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day, and I don't hope you don't have to deal with super ignorant
it's
people all
okay.
day.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm a mean old black woman. They don't bother me.
Oh, goodness.
Right.
Well, you have a wonderful
You know
day.
that. You know that, right? The angry black woman syndrome. I got the angry black woman syndrome. They're not bothering me. I'm good. But thank you. I appreciate it.
You have a wonderful day.
Hey, and I'm gonna drop you down, but keep tapping the screen. Everybody follow her lead and tap the screen. There are 3,000 likes and 67 people. I'd love if you could tap the screen and get it up to 25,000. That would be a good start to the day. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. If you would like to join the conversation, please come up in the conversation. I run a fairly laid back most of the time. It can get a little bit hectic over here, but we try to be laid back in conversation. And so you can come up here. I don't care if you disagree. But however, what you won't be able to do over here is just simply make statements that you can't actually back up in the conversation, because I'm going to challenge you on it and I'm going to ask you questions about it. I need you all to keep tapping the screen so we can keep this live going this afternoon. Come on up. Request to come up in the live. I am getting through it very slowly here, but I am getting through it. What you say, to represent Medea to the best of your ability? Yeah, I'm kind of more of a Shirley Chisholm, Fannie Lou Hamer type myself. Thank you, Jim. I see your comment. I see your comment. Thank you, Auntie. I see you. I'm coming. Icicle Slim, hello. Welcome to the live.
Hey, Valerie. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Just working hard, doing a paint job.
Have you heard any of this conversation today?
Have I heard any of your conversation today?
Yeah.
I really don't have to hear it today necessarily because I'm always listening to you. So I think I'm more kind of caught up to speed than not.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep, I appreciate that.
I love what you do. Respect everything about it. Appreciate Auntie to the right of me as well. Love what you guys do. I respect it from an educational and an intellectual standpoint that you guys come from, a fact-based history. I love it. We do Black excellence, and we do it in spite of racism.
Absolutely. Brian, that is so hilarious. I really wanted to talk to the other guy who was up here because he wasn't necessarily being rude. I mean, we probably would have got to that point, but he asked some decent questions. He was, he was a good warm up for the panel. Why does 6% cause all the crime? Because they don't.
I was coming up for CSIS. See, CSIS, unfortunately, is one of my roaches, Miss Valerie, and I do apologize that somehow that roach was let off the leash. My sincerest apologies. CSIS thinks it's okay to say that black people should be strange fruited, like
Mm-hmm.
Rizzy was when losing an argument.
Mm-hmm.
CESUS. CSIS thinks black people should be strange fruited. It would make the world a better place.
That's what I said. He came up in here hot.
Yes, he did. Hotter than fish grease during Lent in the Catholic household. He sure did.
So here's one of the things, Auntie, that we find over here, and it's why I kind of structure my live the way that I do. And I try to do this little thing that lately I've been calling the warm up. Right? I like to get all of them up here early in the live, and then what happens? You start to see fewer and fewer requests, because they cannot necessarily hold the conversation, right? When you can't just come up here and just spit stuff out without being challenged. And I know that you and CB do that the best. Oil, welcome to the live.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome to the live.
Thank you. I appreciate the welcome.
You read the prompt?
I did.
Do you understand the prompt?
Well, if you want to elaborate more on it, that's fine. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking because that's just what I ask everybody. Did you read
Yeah,
it?
I
Did you
mean,
understand it? And then
everyone's going to have their own
and then I ask
interpretation
people
of anything.
questions. Right. So that's what. So tell me your interpretation of the prompt. I would love to hear it.
Do white people have white privilege? I just look at privilege as privilege. It's not exclusive to any color. So that's the first thing I think of the
But
first.
race-based privilege would be, though, right?
Not necessarily either.
Okay, so if it's race-based, how is race not a factor in race-based privilege?
What I just say is everybody has a certain degree of privilege and everyone has a certain degree of oppression.
Everybody doesn't have race-based privilege, right? So we're sticking to race-based privilege. So if you need other examples,
okay, so
economic privilege is not the same as race-based privilege, right? Pretty privilege is not the same as race-based privilege, right?
Right.
So race-based privilege is a specific thing about race. So if you're talking about race-based privilege, then you would look at the races in the United States. How many races do you think that there are in the United States? How many legal races are there? Do you know?
There's races and then there's nationalities, and you can divide this in a million different ways.
Do you know? Right, but I'm asking you, do you know how many legal races there are in the United States?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really care so much about it.
Okay, well, there's 5, but you have to know in order to understand whether or not there's race-based privilege. So there are 5 races in the United States. Do you know what they are? I can rattle them off for you very quickly.
I mean, I can guess, but you can rattle them off. It's easier.
All right, so let me do it. Native American.
Sure.
Pacific Islander. Asian.
Okay.
Black, and white. So now if we're talking about race-based privilege, we are only talking about those 5 races. Now, out of those 5 races, which race of those 5 races has the race-based privilege in the United States of America?
All of them.
How? If everybody has privilege, then there's no privilege, right? But if everybody has privilege, right? That's like me saying everybody has $10. Who has the most money, right? So in the United States of America, there are white people, black people, Asian people, Native American, and Pacific Islanders. Which group in those 5 has the race-based privilege?
I could point to all of them. So let's point to
Okay, so
Native.
tell me about the race-based privilege that Pacific Islanders have in the United States.
Well, they probably have some unique privileges that they would know among themselves.
What
So
is the privilege that they get because they are Pacific Islander?
they
Race-based privilege is attached to your race. So the privilege is attached to you being that race. So what is the privilege that Pacific Islanders get living in white-dominated America?
now you put a caveat. Well, I'm sure the ones
Well,
that are in
that's what white privilege is, though. It's being white in a white-dominated country, right? So how are Pacific Islanders privileged vis-a-vis compared to white people in America?
So is your stance that the United States is just white only?
No, I know it's not white only. I'm black.
Okay, I realize that. So, and you also understand there's many different United States of America. It's a big geographical area, so nothing blanketly, as you just portrayed it, works
Sir,
across
we
the
live
board.
in one country. I'm not sure where you live in many countries. I live in one country. And in this one country, we have divided the country into 5 races. I just gave you the 5 races. If
Hmm.
we want to know whether or not one of those 5 races has more privilege than the other 4, then that's what we're actually examining, right?
I understand, but my point is very simple.
Well, my point is we first need to understand what white privilege is.
Well, it's your interpretation of what
But
white
it isn't
privilege
my
is.
interpretation. It's
Yes,
actually
it
a
is.
sociological term, and either we understand the term or we don't. Now, what you're saying is you have a reaction to the term. Either you like it, you don't
No, I
like it.
don't have. I
You
don't have a
don't.
reaction. That's
Sir, I
not.
wasn't done. I wasn't done with my sentence. I was actually giving
But
several
you got to come
options.
with facts. I didn't have a reaction.
Sir, I wasn't done with the list of things that you might have. See, I was giving a
I
list.
I corrected the
Giving a
fact
list.
though. Thanks. I didn't have a reaction. That's all. Continue.
So you're not reacting right now?
No.
Okay. Because I could have sworn that you had a reaction to the term, and your reaction was it doesn't exist because everybody has privilege. That is a reaction to the term.
That's just a fact. Everyone has privilege. Do Native Americans have special scholarship privileges? Do they have special reservations? Do they have special scholarships singled out
Why do they have
exclusively
them?
just no
So
wait,
here's how we.
don't
But here's how
pivot,
we.
don't pivot. They do.
Okay, so here's
Do
the
they
thing,
have special tax
sir,
privileges on
sir,
gasoline and federal?
sir,
They do.
sir. Why do they have it?
Okay.
So that's how
Again,
we would know. Hold on,
so
slow
they
you
have
down. Hey,
it.
listen.
Thank you. We
Hey,
could we agree.
listen.
We
We
agree
don't
they
have
do.
to. Hey, we don't have to be contentious, right? Because you're not having a reaction.
I'm not I just pointed out a
So what
fact.
I'm saying is,
And we agreed.
so then what
Thank
we
you.
can do is we can bring that tone down a couple of pegs, right?
Well, it's not
Because
about
you're
the
not
tone.
having a reaction, and so we
I'm
can just
not.
have a conversation. So now let me answer your question.
So
Because
so
you
you can
asked me,
you can respond
sir,
to the Native Americans. Thank you.
I
We
am.
agree
That's what
that they have
that is
special privilege.
absolutely,
Great. Let's
that is
let's do that.
absolutely what I'm about to do. But you keep
Yeah.
talking because it seems that you don't really want to hear my answer. So the Native Americans don't have privilege over white people. What they have is reparations for the damage that white privilege caused them. So the reason why they have scholarships is not because they are privileged over white people, because white people have scholarships, have more scholarships, right? So the what they have is reparations for harm and damage. And they have minute reparations for the harm and damage caused. So the reason why a black college exists is because white people, white dominated Americans, decided that black people couldn't go to college with them. So black people having a black college isn't a special privilege. It was actually a reparation, a repair for damage caused and created by the white dominated white privilege system. You get it now? That's how it works. So when they created black colleges, they did not close colleges for white people. That's what would give black people the privilege. Black people having colleges where white people have none would be black privilege. But because white people have 3,900 colleges, they are not in any way disenfranchised or harmed by the fact that there are 127 black colleges. So black people don't have privilege because they have less than 10%, less than 5% of the number of white colleges in America. Because if a black college means black privilege and black people have 127 colleges and black people and white people have 3,000, that would mean white people have more privilege. See how that works?
So you agree that every race has privileges. Thank you
No, I
for
don't.
absolutely validating the point. You
No, I
did.
don't.
Yes,
I
you
don't.
did.
I
You
don't.
did. And
Sir,
calling
I
it
do
reparations.
not.
Well,
I
now
do
I'm
not.
talking, but you won't show me the same respect because
Sir,
I'm white.
because you made a
Because I'm
statement.
white, I understand.
Well, you being white, that's something you have to deal with. That's not my issue.
Well, it just, you
Sir,
won't
I deal
show the
with white.
same
Listen,
respect to a white person as a black
listen,
one. I understand.
listen. I deal with white people.
I didn't
every
see you
day.
overrun black people here, but I let you speak without interruption, but it doesn't work the other way. That's an example of discrimination. So I'm going to leave the panel.
Okay, so you let me talk on my panel? Is that what you're saying? You let me talk on my panel?
I just won't deal with racism. Thank you. You're being racist.
Yeah, you see,
Oh,
hey, Miss Valerie.
go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Y'all can have him.
No,
Because
darling,
you
I
wanted
don't, I
You
don't
all can have it.
coddle,
I won't deal with
I don't
racism.
coddle
Thank
whiteness
you.
and white supremacy. Miss Valerie, can I have the big
hold on
box?
1 second. As long as he can talk over me, he's cool. But
Right.
now it's racism, and he has removed himself from flopping fish, y'all. Flopping fish. Flopping fish. I tried to get y'all the visual yesterday.
Can I have the
When
big
they
box,
can't
sweetie?
win, they flop. Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, I just need the big box to the Wahite
Oh,
man. If
okay.
you are
Yeah,
still
yeah,
here, if you are still here, if you are still here.
sure, he's gone.
Now, you all probably can't see the whole thing, but I pulled it up so you can read it, right? This letter is dated August 5th, 1959, where a young black man by the name of Marion Gerald Hood in Griffin, Georgia, applied for admissions at Emory University in Georgia, a predominantly white university. And here's the response. Let's get it. Dear Mr. Hood, acknowledgement is made of your letter of July 30th enclosing your application for admission to our School of Medicine. I'm sorry I must write you that we are not authorized to consider an admission a member of the Negro race. I regret that we could not help you. P.S. I am returning herewith your $5 application fee. This is 1959. Not 1800s, not 1700. This is August 5th, 1959.
And Auntie, there's another one in one of the southern states. They actually said that they were
The
wondering.
N-word. I
if
couldn't
they-
post that one. I'm aware.
Yeah, but isn't that the one where they're asking him, like, if he has some sort of mental thing? Like, you must have
Yeah,
some
like,
sort
are
of
you
mental-
crazy? Do you know where
Right,
you
you
are?
must have
I'm
some
aware.
kind of mental problem. Like, why would you? Is it Alabama? He
I
applied
think it
to
was
some school
Alabama.
like
Yes.
that, and they actually sent back saying you must be crazy to apply to our college. So listen, I always try to do kind of like a real quick summary for those of you who are in the office, in the audience. The man came up and he said there is no race-based privilege, but he didn't know how many races there were. And then he told us that there were multiple Americas. And so it would just depend. So once I identified for him the 5 races in the United States, and I asked the man just a very clear question. If you look at those 5 races, which one has privilege over the others? And he said that there are none, because I want y'all to listen to your folks, because Native Americans are privileged in the United States of America. This is where he wants you to realize. This is where the fish flopping began. Because, see, as long as you don't have information, once I identified 5 races, and I said, let's rank order them. And I saw, I think it was you, Auntie, either you or CB put up the pyramid, right? Then
I got it. Hold on. I got you. You know, I keep a receipt in the fact.
Yep, absolutely. But then his inability to deal with that from a factual standpoint, he began flopping like a fish. That's it. Y'all come on up in this conversation.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Did you want the one where Gomez de Zerara created the social construct based on whiteness first? Or this is the American one, but I
Right.
also have Gomez de Zerara's one. You want me to send them both to you so
But
you can
that,
use them at your will?
oh yeah, I have them. I
Yeah.
have them. Yep, I have them. And I actually, since I do presentations, the way that I have this chart, I show it as I have two arrows on the side of it, and it is skin color darker going up because there are social privileges, right, that are associated with it. So social currency goes down as skin color gets darker. That was an addition made to
I'm
it.
sorry, sister. It was Mississippi, and it was Clennon King, because
Okay.
they put him in an insane asylum for asking if he could apply for Ole Miss in 1958. My apologies.
Yep. But that's what I
Yeah.
remember. I remember that they told this man, not only are you not getting in, but you are crazy for thinking that you can get in.
Yes, I have that as well. Yes, ma'am, I
Yep.
have that.
And so something else that I have shared with my people is that even back when, and this is why history is so important. When people say, why do you keep talking about history? So that you can recognize that it's just repetitive, right? That it keeps repeating itself. So in the days of slavery, when Black people would run away to be free because they did not want to be enslaved, they came up with a mental disorder. They called runaway slaves who had a desire to be free, dystomania, right? They actually created a mental illness. That's how white privilege works. When you get to define everybody else's experience. So white folks got to sit around and say, a person who wants to be free, we're going to call that mental illness. I want y'all to think about that for a minute. That they actually came up with a mental illness. That is why, see, I'm thinking that when you understand history, that the letter that Auntie just read makes sense. Do you see? Because Black people have always been thought to be crazy for thinking that they are equal to white people. Black folks walking
Valerie.
around as if they are equal Americans has gotten many of them strange fruited. But you have to understand that context and understand that history. Slim, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to just add to it and say, would it be the functional equivalent of the pharmaceutical getting everybody hooked on white people getting rugs from being able to get rugs, and when they get hooked on them, they just say it's a mental breakdown type of
Yeah,
thing,
it's a
and they don't
social
need to go to
disease.
jail.
Right. It's a
Right.
social disease, not a pathology. So when white people are strung out on rugs, it's a social issue. So who was to blame? We found somebody to blame. This is the thing that I find really interesting. When I go around these panels and I hear people talking and they say Black people need to stop blaming white people for their problems. But when we had the rug epidemic, white folks blamed doctors for writing prescriptions, right? They were able to blame doctors for overprescribing medicine, and the government took on policies to change those policies. That's why I always tell you that white privilege is about prioritizing and protecting the interest of white people. That is what it is. But when Black folks have rug issues, it's considered a pathology, that there's just something wrong and broken with Black people. So what those Black people need is they need to be criminalized. When white folks was going around here and they were ODing, isn't it nice how they had that cute little Narcan thing?
Mm-hmm.
They created that to make sure we could bring y'all to life.
Readily
And
readily available.
you know,
Readily
Valerie,
available.
I
Go ahead.
wanted to touch on that Cartwright that with the drapetomania. They also, this is their medical, okay? They also, they're doctors, they're professionals, also claimed at one point that a woman could not get pregnant if she was raped. Now, this did not apply to black women, of course.
Right.
This applied to white women who were claiming that a black enslaved man who was worth money raped them. And the white men, including the owner of the black man and the doctors, all came to the defense of the enslaved black man to claim that it couldn't have happened under a rape situation. They can't have children. They can't get pregnant if they are under duress. That's literally what they were saying back then.
Yep, absolutely. Uncle Mago, welcome to the live.
Congressman
I saw
say
your
that's
question. I saw your questions down in the. I saw your questions down in the comments. Welcome to the live.
Howdy.
Wonderful. Welcome. So you read the prompt.
Yep.
Do you understand the prompt?
No. What is white privilege?
Okay, well, that's what we've been talking about. It's being white in a white-dominated society where the society designs the society around the priorities and the protection of white people
How so? How do you see that? Where do you see that at?
everywhere.
Everywhere. Can you give me one example?
Can I give him one?
Go ahead.
I have the biggest and greatest one ever.
Okay.
The U.S. Constitution.
Yep.
And that's only for white people?
Yeah.
Prioritizes. Let me explain to you. I said that white privilege prioritizes and protects white people. Do you think that white people are not a priority in America?
No, I think American citizens are the priority.
Okay.
Should be, right?
It should be. It isn't.
Should be. I mean, you had a lot of people
So
refuse
let
to
me
stand
ask
up
you
for
this.
that.
So since that's what you believe, are you required as a white man to assimilate into any other ethnic group or culture in this country?
As a white man, no. As an American,
Hold
I
on,
am
hold on,
assimilated to
sir.
American culture.
So, sir, hold on. But but American culture is synonymous with white culture, which is what white privilege is.
I wouldn't say so.
I know you wouldn't because you're white.
Well, I know you would
I
say so
know
because
you
you're not
would.
white.
I know you would because you don't even know
But
what.
how
the
are you going to
culture-
tell a white
Excuse
man
me. Excuse me. I'm going to tell you how I can
you're
tell
not
you.
white?
I know because I'm black and I
You
have to
wouldn't know.
assimilate. I have to assimilate with you, so I do know.
Are you assimilated?
I am.
How so? What did you do? What
Well,
did you
I
do
went
that
to-
assimilated you to white culture?
Well, I went to college with 50,000 white people for one.
So that's only a white thing, going to college?
No, that isn't the
Right.
question you were asking, sir. That wasn't the question. The question was about assimilation. Do you know what assimilation means?
I do. Do you?
Okay, so let me ask you because you asked me a question. So here's the question. Do you think that if I assimilated with 50,000 white people, that I learned more about white people than those white people did because I, as a one black person, was in the mix of 50,000 white people?
It depends. What did you do? How
Sir,
did you
I'm gonna
assimilate
ask
to
you-
those
sir,
50,000
I'm
white
going to
people?
ask you again. My questions are not hard.
Depends.
My question
my
is
answer.
not hard, sir. My question
I heard
is
it the
not
first
hard.
time.
Okay, well then respond to the question.
Yeah, I said it depends. What did you
So
do?
tell me how it depends.
Give me
Tell
an example.
how 50,000 white people are assimilated into learning and understanding me and more about me if I show up and I'm the one person in the room. Please help me understand.
No, why do they need to know about you? I don't
So
understand that.
I'm not saying that they do. I simply said that they don't, and you disagreed.
Aren't you the odd man out?
I just said right. That's
Right.
what white privilege is. So why are you arguing?
How is that white privilege? For you to be the odd man out is white privilege?
Because those who are white are not the odd man out, and that
Because
is
they're the majority.
that is the
But
privilege.
where's the
So,
privilege?
were you not listening? You just came up here and asked me what is white privilege, and I said it is being white in a dominated white America.
But what's the
Now you're
privilege?
saying, now you're sitting here saying, so yeah, they were the dominant group. Yes, I know, and they were white, and that
Majority.
dominant group made rules and designed everything around their dominance. They didn't care whether or not that dominance negatively affected other people, as long as it prioritized.
How?
in every single way.
Give me one way. You keep
Every
saying
single-
everything is everything, but you can't give me
I didn't say everything
Give
is
me one
everything.
example.
Sir, I've given you examples. So we're going to start one by one.
one example.
We're going to go one by one. The first thing that you said is, how would I know about white people? Because I'm not white. That's what you said, correct? So what I said to you is, because I have had to assimilate into white America. And that is how I know that there is a difference.
And I asked you what
then
you did.
asked me- You then asked me,
How?
how did I do that? And I said, I just gave you one example because that's not the only example. So I gave you the one that is the hugest.
You went to
so
college.
I, as a Black person, went to college with 50,000 white people. So
Okay.
what that means is, as a Black woman, I assimilated into a very large group of white people.
That's not assimilation.
I then asked, do you not know what the fuck
Not what assimilation is.
What does it mean? Tell me what assimilation.
Assimilation is
Tell me what assimilation means.
it's when you move into a new area and you take on their cultures and their traditions and their customs.
Okay, so when I went to college, I left my state and I moved into college. Does that meet your first
So
requirement?
you went from one side of America to the other side of America.
So I moved into somewhere.
Okay.
I moved
So it's
into
still
somewhere.
American culture.
And when I moved into that place, I picked up those customs, those rules, and all of those
Like
things that
what?
were designed for white students. Every single
what?
thing. Every single
Like
thing.
what though?
Everything.
What? Name one. Going to the mess hall? Going to college? Going to school on time? Like you have nothing. You get mad,
What am
but
I
you
mad
can't.
about?
You can't. You're
Sir,
getting
what
all
am I
worked
mad
up. I
about?
can hear it in your
Sir,
voice.
Sir, what am I mad about?
You're getting all worked up. I can hear it in your
You know what?
voice.
No, here's what I'm worked up about. I am worked up about the fact that you are making your own point and then lying and saying that you're not.
What am I lying? I'm just asking you questions and you're getting all heated and you can't
Let me
answer
tell
them.
you, it's not that I'm heated. It's that you just simply said that's not assimilation. And I said, then tell me what, excuse me. Then I asked you to tell me what assimilation is, and you described exactly what I just said.
No, I didn't. You said you went to college. That was assimilation. That's not
I did not
assimilation.
say-
Hey, Valerie.
You
Hey,
grew up in
Valerie.
I
America.
did
Hey,
not
Valerie.
say-
The
Didn't
point
you
you're
grow up
missing-
in
the
America
point you're
or what?
missing-
Sir,
You
I did
live
not
here?
say, sir, I
Hold
did
on,
not say
Auntie,
that
we're still
going to
talking.
college.
No, I don't
say
care
that-
about you. I'm talking to my
did not
sister.
say, hold on one second. Auntie.
Respect
I
her.
did not say that going to college was assimilation. That's
I'm
not what I
asking you,
said.
give me one example of what you
I did
did
not say
to
that. I did not say that.
So give me one example.
I, as a Black woman, went to college and had to assimilate with 50,000
How?
people.
How?
I lived among them.
And
with
what did you do that
cultural-
changed?
With their cultural
How-
difference.
What changed about you?
Everything. I'm
Like
not gonna
what?
say about me. I had to be different in those spaces.
Give me something.
Everything.
Don't just
from
say
my hair-
everything. That doesn't make sense.
from my hair
So you
to
started
my-
breathing in water instead of air, and you started chewing drinks and chugging food. Like, what are you talking about?
So the
What
first-
changed?
I'm gonna tell you one. So going to a college that is overrun by white people, there are not many resources there for Black students.
Like what?
Like getting my hair done.
What? Getting your hair done. There's barbershops and beauty salons in every fucking college town.
Yep, for white people.
For white, it's all hair. Those ladies learn hair.
No, sir. it
But how
not.
is that
Now,
assimilating? Because
now let me correct you. Slow
it's the
your roll.
assimilation.
Slow your roll.
Dude.
Slow. Everybody cool. Slow your roll. So now let me give you some information that you don't have.
How is that
When
assimilation?
people go to cosmetology school, which is where you go to learn hair, there
Right.
are requirements to learn how to do Black textured hair. It is not required in the States.
So where's
So
the assimilation?
when white people, I'm explaining it to you, so you'd have to shut up. Right? If you say something every 3 words, then you're going to miss it, aren't you? So the
Just
way
need to
that-
tell me.
the way that so here was your contention, and this is what I mean about fish swimming in water. Your response to me was there are barbers and hairdressers in every college town.
Right.
My response to you was yes, for white people, which is what
Black
I
people
said.
can go too.
Excuse me, is what I said. See what I'm saying? Why do you keep interrupting me?
Because you keep putting words in my mouth.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me.
Well, why are you going off of what
So
does this have to do
again,
with you assimilating?
I'm going to explain this to you.
He gonna keep unmuting and over talking you.
So here's the thing, Uncle Maga, do you want to know or you don't want to know? Do you actually want to know? Or
Yeah, I would
you
like to know how.
Okay, then you're gonna have to shut up.
Assimilated.
Then you're gonna have to shut up because now we're on the hair example. So I'm going to give you information that you don't know because to you there are white salons and white barbers everywhere, and I would agree with you. What you don't know is that they do not know how to do black textured hair. Why do they not know how to do black textured hair? Because they are able to get a license without ever having to practice doing black textured hair. So that again is a white privilege because when a black stylist who only wants to do black textured hair goes to cosmetology school, they have to follow the same rules as the white people learning how to do white people's hair. And they are not required to practice on or test out of knowledge about doing black people's hair.
And why
So
is
when
that?
I went to college, I can even pull up the picture for you and show you the one worst haircut that I've ever had in my life going to a white salon. Because going to the white salon, the woman had never put her hands on a black person's hair. She was never required by law to learn how to do it. However, she was still allowed to set up a shop. Now, you began here at this example, and this is only one. This is only one example.
But see, hold on. You
No, you're not.
explained a lot about salon.
No.
Respond now?
I just said no because you're not
How come I
listening.
can't respond?
Because you haven't listened.
Listen to you talk in black hair.
Okay.
Can I respond
So
now?
now tell me. So tell me what you
Jesus.
learned. Tell me what you learned that you didn't know before.
You about black. Teach me.
So you knew about the
Why are you muting me?
So you knew about.
Why are
the
you
state
muting me every
licensing.
time I go to talk?
Did you know about the state licensing requirements?
No, that's why I want to ask you a
Did you know
question.
about the
That's
state
why I
licensing?
would like to
Okay,
chime
so
in with this conversation.
Okay, so what's
Instead
the
of just getting lectured to, can I participate?
But if you don't know about it, then you need to learn about it, right?
Why can't I ask a question then?
Ask it.
Why do salons not typically cut black hair? Do you have any idea?
Why do they not?
Because it's not a requirement.
Because you're a very
It's not a requirement.
because you're a very small minority.
It is
So
not a
that would mean-
requirement.
Hold on, but that would mean then that you have white privilege, right?
And
No.
there it is.
How
Yes,
is
you
that
do.
white
I'm gonna
privilege?
tell
I'm not
you,
a
because
white
you
lady.
just said that because there are fewer of us, we do not deserve to be prioritized.
But where's the privilege?
You just told me that we do not deserve to be prioritized and have things that actually mean.
Not at all what I said.
Yes, you did.
No,
Yes,
I
you
didn't.
did say
And you
that.
keep
Yes, you did.
every time I gotta try to talk, I
There
get
is a small
crazy.
minority. So therefore,
It's
because you are
business.
a
It's called
minority, you do not
business.
deserve, sir. I'm going to drop you.
Why? Because you can't handle a conversation?
Because
you're a
no,
racist
because you
piece
keep
of shit.
interrupting me.
Fuck you, Auntie. You're a racist piece of shit.
Oh, the little snow roach is triggered.
Yep, they always do. Flopping fish. I'm telling you, flopping fish. So the man came up here. He made a declarative statement. His declarative statement was, what? What are you talking about? There are barbers and salons all over every college town. Yes, there are. For white people. That's the privilege. The privilege is that it was built for you. Auntie, somebody reported you. Oh, it took her down. So Auntie, TikTok reported you. So this is what I'm saying. Did y'all get that in the comments? Let me know. Did you all get that? That is the white privilege. See, they want to think that white privilege means something else. It is something as simple as that if you leave and you go to a college town, you can have the expectation that there are services there with people who have specialized in what you need. That is the white privilege. That as white people, you don't have to think and consider whether or not there will be options for you to take care of your normal daily hygienic needs because it has been designed for you. Y'all don't get that? Do y'all get that? Let me know in the comments. whether or not, if there's somebody in here who does not understand white privilege, do you now understand? If you were here yesterday, I gave you all the example of a fish in water. His statement saying there's a salon in every college town. That's swimming in the water. Then he said, okay, but do you know why it does not exist for Black people? Yes, because white folks didn't think nothing about Black people when they designed that environment for white people. That's what white privilege means. Y'all get it? Please tell me somebody gets it. I'm going to stop talking so I can read the comments. I need to know whether or not you get this very clear example that this man just gave. He gave it out of his own mouth. When he says, do you know why we don't prioritize you? We don't prioritize you because you are the minority. That's white privilege.
Everything is centered around whiteness. This is a different account, Valerie. This is Auntie
Oh,
Lee's.
okay. Because I was
I
about
think
to say,
we're mutual.
look, I wasn't looking at the phone. I heard your voice and I was like, oh, she's back.
Oh, yes, on a
So
different
do y'all
account, baby.
get this?
I got accounts to fight whiteness and white supremacy and white obedience. I have multiple accounts.
And this person
Multiple.
said that he got it. I know. And I'm telling you, when they get it, I want y'all to watch. I tell y'all about patterns over here all the time. When they get it, they start flopping. Because once he got it, once he really heard it, he then wanted to change to something else. He said, I just need you to give me one example. That's what he said. I just need you to give me one. And I hadn't even got started because I could go through a whole list. So when the college bookstore doesn't have shampoos and products that you can use, that's another one. That's why Black folks walking around on PWI campuses looking ashy. We couldn't find our normal products. That's why some of them girls walking around on PWI campuses, their hair is looking a little bit rough because our hair products do not exist.
Because we're not a priority, because everything on this side of heaven in the United States is centered around whiteness. Y'all comfort is more important than any and everybody else's.
Right.
Yeah, that's another racist, the GIXSCR. See, y'all can use any shampoo. Y'all be all up in our business and don't know nothing about us.
And don't know anything. And then here's the other thing I thought was funny. The man said, and you see how he changed what I said. I didn't say going to college was assimilation. I said being Black at a college with 50,000 white people was assimilation. Because what he said to me is that how would you know white men? Because I've been surrounded by white men my whole life. That's why. Because I listen to white men's thoughts, white men's ideas, white men's pitches my entire life. That's how I know. And then I asked him the question, if he thought me being one of 50,000 meant that I learned more about the 50,000 or the 50,000 learned more about Black people because I was there. And that's such a simple, easy question. But he couldn't answer it or wouldn't answer it. All right, y'all, I'm moving on. Amanda, welcome to the live.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm all right. I just want to apologize for that POS that was just on there. He was frustrating the life out of me, and I am a YT person.
Yeah, I was just telling the other lady, don't feel like y'all need to come in here apologizing for other people.
No, I know. I just feel like people like him is the reason why, like, a lot of us, like, and this is BLK people and YT people, are getting frustrated as well because they all want to come up in here saying, yeah, teach me this. I want to ask questions. But then when you're educating them, they're chatting back and saying crap like that. Do you know what I mean? He didn't want to know. He just wanted to, he wanted to press you.
Yeah, so Peace, hey Peace, how you doing? Peace asks, do you think that a Black person will get the approval to open the business to serve people there? Let me tell you what typically happens, Peace. So when there is an absence, right? if we talk about this hair example. So let's keep to the hair example and the college example. And so now a black girl decides that she is going to charge people and braid their hair in the dorm, right? That's a person who can now be sanctioned for running a business out of the dorm, right? That's what ends up happening. So when black people respond, when black people come up with a solution to the problem, because this whole thing about you're crying, I never cried in the city that I couldn't find a black stylist. I didn't cry. I just needed to have my hair done. And so actually the way that happened, I lived 3 hours from my school. I actually went 3 hours home to get my hair done. That's what it meant for me, right? It means I drove three hours in order to do what somebody else could do 10 minutes away from the campus. Am I crying about it? I'm not crying about it, because what happens as black people is we become adaptable to the environments that we are in. That's what we do. We adapt to it. So if I now want to wear some makeup and I go to the local drugstore to pick up makeup, they don't have my shade. So you have all these things. So what do the black students do that are coming back to school? They come back to school with 6 months worth of stuff, because they're not going to be able to find it where they are. So that ease that other people have to come up with other ways to work around those things. That's what white privilege is. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's simply designing the game around the needs and the priorities of white people and for the protection of white people. It is not who you are. It's not who your parents are. It's not where you go to work. It's not how many hours. It's not how much money you have. It is simply being born white in a place that designs everything around the norms of white people. Yep, absolutely. The same thing. Yep. Somebody said on dating apps, that's what you see first. So everybody that is not white, and another example I usually use, I was talking about this the other day, it's like being left-handed in a right-handed world. I am right-handed. So what I can expect almost any place that I go, that a chair is designed, if they got them little chairs, that they are designed for right-handed people. Are the right-handed people evil? No, they're just thoughtless.
I'm left-handed as well. I grew up using right-handed scissors, right-handed baseball gloves, etc.
Yep.
That's a
And
really
that's
good
exactly what we
analogy.
were talking about. Go ahead, Amanda. What did you say?
Sorry, I was just like, that is a very good analogy about the left-handed versus right-handed thing. That's a really good analogy to put it.
Yeah, and
Really,
so we were talking about this. So a spiral bound book. If you're left-handed, your hand is on top of the spirals, right? As opposed to us, we read right to left. Everything is designed for us. It's designed for our comfort. Now, am I mad? Should we be mad at right-handed people? No, but what we should do is make sure that when we have an opportunity, that what we say is, have we considered how this will affect people who are left-handed? And so there were people on here, Slim, the other day, who said that they were forced to start using their right hand, which is what happened with my son. My son is naturally left-handed. Brian, I don't even know if you know that. So when he was really little, he was more ambidextrous. I
that's
I
what
think
I
he's
was
still
too.
I think that he's still a bit ambidextrous now, but he is a natural lefty. But in some cultures they force people to then use
The right
the
hand.
and so I'm telling you, you can take these simple examples. Why are things designed, like he said, why are things designed for right-handed people? Because
hmm
right-handed people are the overwhelming majority. So if I say
And
that to you, who's offended when I say that? Nobody's offended when I say that.
hmm
People just go, duh, yeah, oh, that makes sense. So there's nothing that I did special to be born right-handed.
But if you apply that to race,
it
it's a
becomes
problem.
Oh,
personal
it's
immediately.
It's a
It becomes
problem.
absolutely.
personal.
It's like when you speak, like when I'm on panels and I make just general statements about whiteness and white supremacy, because that is what my fight is against. And then I say that's not limited to just white people. all they hear is whiteness and white supremacy, thinking I'm speaking specifically about them, and I'm not.
And they get insulted by it, and they
Well,
don't
hold
know
on,
what
hold on,
white.
Amanda. When I'm done speaking, I go
Sorry,
on mute.
baby.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
sorry.
Yeah. So when I have these conversations, like the one that just popped in the bottom box, he's one of my former roaches, Valerie. So I hope you're ready.
No, he's been over here before.
Yeah,
Former
I hope
roaches.
you're ready.
What does that
So
mean?
I'm
You're
still
racist.
speaking. I'm
Don't
still speaking. I'm still speaking.
don't repeat yourself. It's low
I'm still
IQ.
speaking. I'm still speaking.
Yeah, don't repeat yourself. It's
Gixer. Hey, Gixer. Hey, it's Valerie. I'm the
sure.
host.
Hi. Sure.
So I
Hi.
brought you up so that when she's done, that I can talk to you, introduce you into the conversation.
Sure.
That's it. So just hold on a second.
Yeah.
Don't let
No
it.
problem.
Okay. Just chill out
No
for a
problem.
minute.
Yeah. No.
All right. Go ahead, CB.
So
Go ahead.
again, when I'm speaking about whiteness and white supremacy, I get pushback from folk who just happen to be black that are agents of white supremacy, and I get a whole lot of pushback from the Wahite people, right? And when we're having these conversations, I'll just mention something in general, right? Like the microaggression or the macroaggressions, right? And then all of a sudden, they're calling me out of my name when I didn't call their name. I made a general statement that I've observed in my 60 years on earth about white people, specifically white women. And then they get mad and call me out of my name. And I was like, oh, did my words force you from looking out of a window into looking in a mirror? And you've walked around with your rose colored glasses saying that you are not racist. But the moment I mention a behavior you have displayed in your whiteness, now you're mad at me for putting the mirror in front of you. How is that working out for you, boo-boo? I didn't call your name. I made a general statement. And now you're mad.
Absolutely. Gixer. Hello.
Hi.
You're live.
Sure. Hi.
You read the prompt?
I did.
You understand the prompt?
I understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, tell me your understanding of the prompt.
Well, you think the world is more centered towards white people, and it's just simply not the
So
truth.
if I told you that this prompt is actually about black people, would you tell me what it is that you've missed?
Well, all you have is the counterbalance is black excellence.
Right. So is this prompt about black people or is it about white people?
It's a little bit of both. If it wasn't about white people, the word would not be in there at all.
Hmm. Do I not, as a black person, live in a world with white people?
You do, in
Okay,
fact.
so when I wake up in the morning and I leave out of my door and I go through my day, do I go through my day without encountering white people?
I'm sure you encounter more white people than you want to, but you do.
Yeah, white folks don't bother me, honey. It
Great.
doesn't.
I love that you're not racist. The Queen Lady, she's so racist. It's hard
Okay,
to
well,
talk to her.
that's not talk to me. Talk to me. So again, the prompt is about black people. So as a black woman living in a white-dominated America, I'm not black alone. I am black navigating America through the maze of white people that are the dominant majority.
It depends where you live, like what state you're
Sir,
in.
I just told you where I live, and I just said it to you.
You said America. It just more.
Sir,
It depends
I just
more on
told
what state you're in.
Sir, I'm black every state I go to. And
Yeah,
I've been
no.
to all the states. Hold on, sir.
Again though,
I've
like
been,
places like
sir,
Atlanta,
sir, I've
Georgia,
been,
cities
Atlanta
like
is not
Georgia.
a state. Atlanta is a city. So I am
Sure,
telling you, I am a black woman.
I fixed
I have,
that though.
sir,
I misspoke. That's all.
Sir, I'm a black woman. I have been to every state in the United States. with the
Again
exception
though,
of-
there
excuse me,
are more
sir.
predominant black states for you to be in where you won't encounter white people.
So what? I don't care about encountering white people.
It sounds like you do.
I don't. I'm simply telling you that's my reality. What don't you understand?
Right, but
It is my reality that
again,
I live
if
where
you're
I
in like,
encounter, sir.
if you're in a black community,
I'm not you.
why you're muting me? We're having.
I'm muting you because I'm talking.
Yeah, but so am I. It's called discourse.
But we can't do it at the same time.
I'm answering questions as they're fired at me.
I haven't asked one.
Yes, you have.
I didn't.
You did. That's just super low.
Okay, let the flip-flopping of the fish begin. Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
So when I joined, I heard something along the lines of fighting whiteness,
I didn't hear it. You
Such a
didn't hear it.
racist comment.
You didn't hear it from me.
No, not from you. No, you're absolutely
Like
correct.
I'm still at the beginning with you. With do you even understand the prompt? And that's where you
I
and
told you I
were.
did already. Like we've gone
But
over
you
this.
didn't because I was in the middle of explaining it to you, and you thought that you needed to cut me off and explain to me about Black City. Sir,
I
I was
said
in
I.
the middle of explanation, and you
There's no need to mute.
you thought that you needed to tell me about Black cities. In
Yeah,
the
you can
middle
live in
of
Black
me
cities. There are Black
explaining,
cities.
so what?
So you don't have to cry about seeing white people.
I haven't cried about seeing white people.
Well, you're doing it under the veil. We'll say.
I'm not
We'll
doing
say.
it, sir. Let me tell you something. Let me tell
You
you
are.
something.
The
Let me tell you
super
something.
racism is starting to come out.
Let me tell you something that I never do. And my brother is on here. My big brother is actually on here, and he can probably agree with this. Sir, let me tell you something I never do. I don't never hide behind a veil. I'm about one of the most straight shooters that you ever gonna encounter in life. Probably what has gotten me in trouble most of my life is that I'm just a straight shooter. I don't do a whole bunch of sugarcoating, and I don't do a lot of
You shouldn't
pretending.
have to
So,
sugarcoat
excuse
anything.
me, if I wanted to say that I'm bothered about living with white people, I would say I'm bothered living with white people. But because I'm not
Well,
bothered, but because I'm not
you wouldn't be on here.
because I'm not
Yeah, and you're just being
bothered, because I'm not bothered, that's why I didn't say it. I did not say it because I don't give a shit about you being
Do or
white.
you wouldn't make it an issue.
I don't care about you being white.
If you didn't, you
I
wouldn't be on
don't
here
care
crying.
about you being white. You simply exist
You
in
wouldn't
the
be on
world
here
that I
crying.
live in. You just
So do you.
exist.
You just exist in
Exactly.
every world.
And here's
We
the
all
thing.
do.
I'm not arguing with you. You're arguing with me.
I'm not arguing. I'm
You
having civil
are.
discourse
You
with you.
are. You most
Civil
certainly.
discourse.
You're not having civil discourse because every time I open my mouth to say a word, you begin talking. So that's not civil discourse.
It is civil discourse.
It isn't.
Yeah, it's called debate.
But we're not debating
We are.
because
Though.
my existence is not up for debate.
I'm not saying your
My
existence or
reality,
mine is.
my
What I'm
reality.
saying is your
No,
perception of the
no,
existence is
no,
what's
no,
up
no,
for debate.
no.
Okay, you don't have
No.
to repeat yourself.
And
You
I
don't have to
said,
do that.
no,
You can say it
no.
once.
How did you get here? Nobody's supposed to be here. I
That good of a singer. Just stop that right now,
the
please.
last time my heart said no, no.
Your immaturity is showing, ma'am.
Nobody. No, actually, my singing voice is what is shining.
Yeah.
Valerie,
My
I just needed to let you know that my Honkeretz is acting up. That's why I'm on mute.
okay, no problem. So listen, I'm trying to have a
Patience,
conversation
her
with you.
patience actually is what is showing
Absolutely.
because
No patience.
you're
He's doing his
trying to
muting,
tell,
right?
you're telling us what you think. Keyword, you think she thinks.
Sir.
And I
That
tell
is
you
not
what.
what she
And
thinks.
and I
That's
Sir,
how
tell you,
your mind works.
your opinion,
You're
I'll
telling
address
us
you.
how you
but I tell
think.
you what
If
though,
you
We'll
that is
want
address.
to
actually.
know what she
I tell you
thinks,
what.
then
I tell
you
you what.
need to shut
I
up
will
and
address you
listen.
when I'm ready to speak with you. Okay.
No, because that is actually my brother.
I
And
don't
so
care if
my
it's your
brother
brother.
is
It can be
always
your
going to
sister, your
defend
brother,
me.
your mom, your aunt. I don't care who it is.
Okay.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
And we don't care who you
can't.
are, and you're
Because all you're
trying
doing
and failing to have a conversation
right?
because you cannot have a
Coach,
conversation trying
you
to
sound
tell
gay.
someone else what they think.
Not
And
as
I'm
me.
about to drop you because
Take care,
you're a
you
waste
sound
of
gay.
air.
You sound gay.
You are a waste of air.
So another example of flopping. The fish is flopping. When his little tactics don't work, he goes all over TikTok with his
So
same.
what you're saying is that I need a meme of a fish in
Yep.
in a bucket of water, and
Yep.
then a fish on the side. Is that what
Yep.
you're saying?
Yep. With the gills, you know how the gills go.
Okay, we gonna work on it.
But make sure it's one of the honker fishes. So it has to be a honker
It's
fish.
gonna be a
is my
sun
girl.
dodging fish. It will be. Amen.
CB is my girl.
Hallelujah.
CB is my girl. Thank you, brother. But listen,
Again,
you could have came
I
up
have,
here.
hold on, Miss Valerie. I
Uh-huh.
know I shouldn't have, but I told you that was one of my roaches.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, I've encountered
Um,
him before.
he follows me everywhere. If you notice, when he first came up, I was the first person he addressed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Usually I'm good with keeping my field whites under control. Apparently this one managed to sneak out when I was asleep. My
Mm-hmm. And
bad.
Well,
you're
you are
gonna be
still
sitting
responsible
here.
though, Auntie
I
Wiz.
know,
You're
I
gonna have
know.
to pay. I think you're gonna have to pay some fees here. You're gonna have to pay some fees. Okay.
Hey, Aunt Bam and Medill work in sync with each other. This is not the time.
Hey y'all, if y'all want this live to go beyond 2 o'clock, I'm gonna need y'all to get typing. For those of you who think that I sound crazy, tap the screen. Tap the screen so that I can be
Auntie,
even
if you don't get,
on the live.
I'm sorry, Valerie.
Go ahead, Slim. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Auntie, if you don't get them under control, that's going to be your ass.
I'm
I
trying to
told you
look,
so.
I'm trying to sell it, but ain't nobody trying to buy it.
That's what we need. We need a mean to give out tickets. Get your people under control. I'm gonna give
I'll
you
do a
tickets.
trade. I'll do a trade, Auntie. I'll do a trade, but I'm gonna need a lot. I'm gonna need a lot for that. Okay.
Oh,
I just wish they'd learn some new tricks. I really
CB,
do. They need some new tricks because
TTCB.
they all come with the same thing, so we
Because
know
that's
what's
the time.
coming.
That's why I was
TT,
telling
You know,
y'all
you
they
be
need new
Medill.
tricks.
when that
TTCB,
doesn't
you
work.
be Medill, and I'm gonna be Hattie.
Right.
Okay.
Come on
Hello, hello
Okay.
now,
guys.
him.
And here's the
We
thing.
got it.
Here's what's
I'm
really
sorry. I'm
funny.
sorry.
What's funny is
Hello,
that my
guys.
brother rarely. Excuse me, Joe. I'm gonna get to you in a second. My brother comes up here on the panel. He rarely even comes up right into the live. He likes to stay down in the comments. And then even when he is here, he rarely talks or goes back and forth with these people. So today is a different day. Jello, welcome to the live.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Wait a second.
You guys really need a life and focus on things that are important.
Yeah, here I am. Here I am.
Changing the world is important. Jello, go ahead.
Queen, are you selling people here? Because I wanna buy.
Here we
So
go.
you ready to buy my field white that ain't acting? Well, damn it, I had a buy, Valerie. You know how much we could have got for that one?
I'm
At least
sorry.
$2. At least $2.
Counterfeit money.
Hey,
That was a
Valerie.
good field white. He came to get it, and he
$2.
was from across the pond.
If he going for $2, he weak as hell. I don't know, Auntie.
Now some of them do like them like that, so that they can do what they do and break them. That whole buck breaking thing, it worked both ways. In case y'all didn't know.
Yeah, it's bath breaking. We gotta stick them in the bath multiple times a day. Get them broken in.
Hey, Brian, maybe that should be one of my prompts. Do you white
What?
people have any new ammunition for conversation?
They
Or is it
don't.
gonna be the same old stuff?
They
That's
really
I think that
don't.
should be the prompt. I'm
Valerie, I
Uh,
came up here to do a quick mod break because I
hey,
see
please do.
the people have forgotten.
Okay.
Welcome in, everyone. If you guys would tap Valerie up to 75K, we will extend this live. If you do not, she may end early. Please tap, share the live, send your daily heart me's, help Valerie reach her live goal. If you desire to follow anyone on the panel or give anyone on the panel, you are welcome to do so. What you will not do is come on the panel and immediately begin speaking. Wait till you are addressed. Please do not talk over or yell over anyone, and please do not interrupt the host. Please tap and share. Thank you.
Don't
Wait,
forget
that's
repost,
so funny.
sister. Don't
That
forget
was
And
so funny.
repost.
repost. Yes. And
Yeah,
repost.
and share the live. Listen, Whisper, that is so funny. I did say tap the screen if you think I'm crazy, but I want everybody to tap, especially those
Yeah,
people who think I'm crazy. The people who think
see
I'm
that make them.
racist, y'all tap too. Since y'all in here, you may as well do something. If you think I'm a racist, go ahead and tap the screen. Go ahead. If you think I'm being mean to white people, go ahead and tap the screen. If you think I'm a crybaby and I have victim mentality, tap the screen. Let me say this as a general statement. I've had to say it many times before. I like to have issues based conversations. Issues based conversations revolve around some factual kinds of conversation. Factual being, what does this term mean? Your reaction to it, whether you like it or not, is separate from what it means. What I find is people come up here and say, it doesn't exist because I don't like it. It don't exist because I ain't got no privilege. No, that's your reaction to the term. First, we have to say, well, what is it? Make sure I understand it. And then I can say, oh, I understand that. Okay, I can see where that exists. And then you say, but here's why I don't like the term or whatever. So the guy who was up, he said, can I give him an example? I gave him an example. He then reinforced my answer, right, with the example, and then still went back to saying, I don't believe white privilege exists. So anyway, those are the rules. Wagner, welcome to the live.
Hello.
Hello, welcome in.
I saw your live. I heard you speaking with the past person. Didn't really sound like too much of like anti-white stuff. I actually kind of have a story. I was wondering. I think it kind of goes along with white privilege in terms of a different type of outlook. When I was deployed to Somalia, we'd be able to go out when we were on like patrols or whatnot in Djibouti and Kenya area, and the local population there, very aggressive towards our black soldiers. Whenever they like go up to a store or whatever, they'd immediately like kind of shoo them away and whatnot, and would insult them, call them the N-word and stuff, or their version of insults. And we'd have to, our black soldiers would have to come over to white soldiers in order to, sell or trade or do whatever, stuff that they wanted. How would you say that would fit into, I guess, the white privilege aspect?
I really don't, because Somalia isn't designed around the same race-based system that we have in the United States. White people have white privilege around the world in general. But if you're talking about in a very specific context like that,
yeah, like the Horn of Africa area.
White privilege as exists, right, in an America that has been racialized around race. Other countries don't necessarily do that. Does that make sense? So let me give you an example. There was a guy on here the other day who said, tell me a country where they're not organized around race, right? And I said, China. And he said, yeah, but in China, if Chinese are the majority, then I don't have white privilege, right? And he said, they don't have to deal with all of this because they don't let in immigrants. Here's the news flash. Black people in America are not immigrants. When you were over in Somalia, you weren't Somalian, right? So you were in another country operating within whatever the power structure is in that country. In this country, Black people are American. We're not interlopers. We're not somebody else. We are Americans. And so people don't seem to understand that. And so they always want to compare it to some other country. But America is the one country that has racialized itself into 5 racial categories. And once organized into those 5 racial categories, they created a hierarchy of which of those races was the best, needed to be protected and prioritized. We would have to say Somalia is doing the same thing, and they don't. So I've been to Ethiopia, and in Ethiopia has its own system. So in Ethiopia, they're not racialized, right? There are 8 ethnic groups within Ethiopia. And so within those 8 ethnic groups, there is a hierarchy. But their hierarchy is built around those 8 ethnic groups, right? It's not built around white and black. So what does that mean when white foreigners come there? So they've got their normal hierarchy of how they look at Ethiopians in the country, but they look at white people and black people as foreigners. So what does that look like in Ethiopia? Foreigners pay more money to go to different things. So if you go into something, there is an Ethiopian price and there's a foreigner price. But again, in America, black people are not the foreigners. They are the Americans. So that's why we can't compare these things. Hopefully that makes sense. We can't compare this
No,
to how we are treated or received in another country when what we are actually talking about is the comparison of people who are all from the same country.
I think that that's a good point. I think that's definitely factually basis that there's other groups that look at, I guess, their separation or their different sex in terms of their population, in the similar way that the United States, I guess, would review their race. So yeah, I do agree with that.
Well, because all countries have their own history, right? They have their own historical context. Our historical context is built around race.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would say that in today's world, I think that there has been a lot of shifts to kind of take the idea, and obviously it's still an aspect in society, but I think that there has been major strides to kind of reduce the amount of racial bias and racial prejudice that happens. But I think that that's a strong point. Yeah.
So talk to me about that. I would love to hear that. So what has happened or changed to reduce racial bias?
Well, I think that you have a lot of social groups now that are advocating for Black rights and for different minority rights all over. I think that there's a stronger sentiment on prejudice and on the issues that we're facing in the society. And I think that, I mean, if you take like the military, for example, there's a large progression for EO and with that sharp policies that go into protecting the individualized soldier for, from hostile leadership or from attacks based on race, ethnicity, sex.
Right, but racial bias would be the way that they've just now changed the hygiene standards, right?
In terms of like they changed a number of things, but
Right. So a lot of black men have a condition, and even if it's not a medical
yeah,
condition,
yeah,
as to why
no,
you have to have a beard, right? So that's
yeah,
something, as I
no,
understand, within the last year that has changed in terms of what those requirements are. That is a racial bias.
yeah, no. I mean, you
So
can
that's
look
what
at
I'm
that way,
saying.
and
I
there is
think
definitely an
oftentimes
argument to be had there because I mean, I'm a medic, so most of the shaving profile that I write are for the black soldiers that come in.
But there's a
Fulturitis
bias as to
phobe
what
is
is
what the term is
normal.
for it.
So what I mean when I say bias, there's a bias to what normal is. So normal for black men is not normal for white men. That's what I mean. That's the bias. And that the bias is that they're asking for some kind of, or it has to be some sort of special accommodation or special waiver for what is their norm. That's how
Well, so it's
racial
not really
bias
done
is.
based on race with that, though. It's more so because, like, what I mean, anybody can apply. So there's two ways to apply for a shaving profile, and it's either that you have a medical condition or a religious condition, or situation.
Right,
Um,
but let's get stuck because I don't want to get bogged down in the regulation. What I am saying is, what norm is it built on? Is it built on a norm that the majority of black men have problems with ingrown hairs and those kind of things? Is it built around black men's norms?
it's built on just overall that Every soldier's not allowed to have
Right, but
beard or
but this is what I'm
not
trying to
supposed
get
to have a
white people
beard.
to understand. When we say every typically means white. When we say American, that means white. Because what I'm saying is, see, when I asked the direct question, were the standards built around the needs and priorities of Black men? Your answer was no. It was built for everyone, but it couldn't be because Black men are having to require this waiver.
It's not 100% of them. They are a little bit
I
more
didn't
effective,
say
but
that it
that's
was
just because of
100%.
overall
We don't have
healthcare.
to dance around 100%. Do you not understand the question I'm asking? If it was
No,
built
I get
around,
what
if
you're
it was
saying is
built
that it's because of
around,
the initiation.
but what I'm
Yeah.
saying is if it was built around the norms and needs of Black men, then it would be permissible. It would just be permissible. It wouldn't require something that the average white man doesn't need.
Too, you can't like build the regulation over a specific race. It would need to be
But
looked
we
at in a
do. I
case by
think
case
that that's
manner.
what you don't understand. I think what white people don't get is that what you all call normal is white. Your normal is not the Black norm. Do you see what I'm saying? White people think
I
normal
get what
just
your
means,
argument
oh,
is.
that's okay. Were you here when the guy was up here and I was talking to him about college? Were you here?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so here's what he said. He asked me what's something that's different because I went to college, right? And I said I went to college with 50,000 white people. He said, "So what? What's the big deal? What's different?" And I said, he said, "Give me one way that there's white privilege," right? And I said to him, "My hair." And he said, "What? What are you talking about? There's barbers and salons all over college towns." Follow me. Who do you think that those salons and barbers serve?
The community, but I'm guessing
And
that
the
you're saying that
community
you're
and the
not directed
community,
towards African Americans.
they serve the community. Who's the community? See, I want y'all in the audience, I want you to listen because his answer is not wrong. They were put there to serve the community. Now, who's the community?
The local college population.
Which are?
I know what I know what you
But
want
why
to
is
say,
it but why is it a problem just simply to state it? Why do you all struggle with that?
because I
They were white
don't
people.
agree with it
So the white
necessarily. I
people,
can
so
see
the
the point.
people that they serve is the community, and the community is white. Why do you all struggle with just simply saying that?
I think it's the formulation of how you're stating it. It's
But how am
that
I
you're
saying it? How is what I just said not true? That they are
creating a
designed to
perception that
serve
they
white.
secretly
Hold
came
on.
together and
You
created.
can't even hear what I'm saying. How is me saying a factual statement that they were designed to prioritize the needs of white students? Why is that a problem for you when that just simply is the fact?
Because that's factually incorrect. They were
How is
nobody
it
came
factually,
together and had,
sir?
we're
Okay,
going to
tell
only
me how
create
it's that. I want to listen. Tell me how what I just said is factually incorrect.
Because there's
Please
no
tell me.
basis to say it. They all had a great big meeting and said we're all just going to accommodate
I
to
didn't
white
say
people.
that they had a meeting.
It was towards a
I didn't say
community,
that they
and
had a
as more
meeting at
people
all.
came into that community,
Sir, I didn't suggest that they had a meeting. I said that you said it. You said that they were there to serve the community. And I said, who's in the community? And you struggle with saying white people.
Well, it's because it depends based on the community.
I just told you I went to school with 50,000 white people. Did you miss that?
I don't know where that school was.
Michigan State University, 50,000 white people.
Well, it's in Michigan. A little bit different. If you go down to like Center City, Philadelphia, I mean, that's going to have a different population.
Sir, why are you changing the situation? The situation was I didn't go to college in Philadelphia. So why are we changing it to make it fit what you want rather than you just simply
you said it right
saying
there.
the
You said
people
that it's
were
based on the
white?
community that they're asking to.
Sir, I told you I was in school with 50,000 white people. I then said, what is the community? And you're struggling with answering that question, which is silly.
No, and that one, it's white. I would agree.
Are y'all listening to this?
I hear you. Valerie. I hear you loud and clear.
Are you all actually listening to this?
There's no there's no reason to be a dick about this. I'm being nice.
Well, then stop being a dick.
I'm having a conversation.
Who's being a dick? You, not me. What are you talking about? I'm talking to
No,
my
you're
audience.
being very argumentative.
Sir,
I
I
think
have
that you have a lot
100,
of good points, but I think that you're.
excuse me. I'm not being argumentative.
Dude, I'm
I'm
a last
simply
sense
giving
of
you facts that you are dancing
I,
around.
I genuinely don't. No, it's not, because you're not really making the strong argument for that these groups are based off of only anti-black
I didn't
commitment,
say anybody was
especially when
anti-black.
it's
Do you see
going
what
into
I'm
different
saying?
communities.
Do you see what I'm saying? You're making up things. I didn't say anybody was anti-black. I just said that they were not there to serve black students. You said that they were
Okay.
anti-black. You said
Okay.
about them having meetings. I didn't say any of that. I simply gave you the factual lay of the land. The factual
But
lay
that
of
in
the
itself
land,
is a
the
community. I mean, if
factual
they're
lay of
adjusting
the
to whatever the
land was that
population
there
is.
were
Can you
not
stop cutting off the
services.
host, please? Like,
Sir, what I
We're
said to
having a
you, the
conversation.
factual lay of the land was that there were not services for black students. That's just a simple factual statement. Why
Okay.
does that bother you?
It doesn't bother me.
Then why are you talking about, I'm talking about something being anti-black? Why
No,
are you
maybe I
sitting here
misspoke with
talking
that.
about people got together and had a
No,
meeting?
you are correct. I misspoke with the anti-black comment.
Right.
But
And the same thing
more
when you said
so,
people are not sitting around having a meeting. Who said anything about people having a meeting? The factual statement is there were no services for the black students. That was the statement.
so
And
maybe
you
some
got
of
all
my
weird. You got
misconceptions, or at
very
least in the
weird, sir.
conversation.
You got very weird about me making a simple statement.
No. So the
So why,
problem
okay, so
was
let me
that
ask you this. Why are you debating the fact that I was in an area where there were white people and all the salons catered to white people? Why is that bothering you?
that doesn't no.
So then why couldn't you just say, oh, the community was white? Why does that bother you?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so we good now? We can move on
Yeah,
now?
the context of what you're saying on that. My thing would be into that is the community that was there
Right.
in
Which
that
means white
specific
people had a
situation.
privilege that the black students didn't have. That's what it means.
Again, I wouldn't go as far as saying that.
Right. You wouldn't go
That's
that far
the point
because
to
you
it.
just don't want to deal with that is the fact. That is
No,
the
I
fact.
think if you explain it a little bit better, maybe I can see the point of view.
Well, you mean like how I would
If you're
explain
saying
it if you
like
mean
with
how I would explain it if you weren't cutting me off every 3 or 4 words?
I'm not, you're cutting me off just as much. I'm having a conversation with you, and I'm enjoying it. I like.
Right,
no,
and
but
that's what I'm
you
saying.
cut the host off several times. That's not a conversation. That means that
Exactly.
that
And
what you have
then
to say is more
I
important than
think
what
we're
she has to
doing
say.
50-50.
okay,
I'll
but
stop
here's
doing
what I'm
that.
trying to get you to understand. When I said, who are those resources for? And you said the community. And then I asked you, well, who's in the community? You got weird. The community was a community of white people. So the
No, I didn't know
resources
that it
that
was
were there,
Michigan.
the
That's the only
resources
thing.
that were there were designed for the white community. And what I'm trying to get you to understand is in our natural normal language, we use words like community and American and people. And what white people don't understand is when we use those terms, we are using those terms with white people as the default. So you never say it was a white community. You just say it was a community. But if the community was black, you don't say, well, it was just a community. You say it was a black community. How come you're doing this in the black community? How come the black community is doing this? How come the black community did that? But when we talk about people and community and Americans, the default understanding of that is white. Because, and let me prove it to you. Because when I said Michigan, you scoffed and then said, yeah, but what if you were in Philadelphia? Then it would have been black. So do you see how easily you said it could be black if it was in Philadelphia, but you were struggling to say it was white when I was in Michigan? This is what I want you all to get. This is it. You didn't want to say the community in Michigan was white, but you had no problem talking about the community being black in Philadelphia.
Okay. Yeah, so I didn't know that it was Michigan. That's when I asked you what school it was, and you were like, "Oh, it's in Michigan." And I was like, "Oh, okay,
Right, but
that
I
checks
said I
out."
went to school with
Then I said
50,000
it's
white
white.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
And you
said that I
said,
went to
you also
school with
said, of
50,000 white
course, it's Michigan. And then you deflected to Philadelphia when that's not what the host was
Well, I
saying.
gave an opposite
Right,
thing
but let me ask
of
you this
another.
question. Hold on, but let me ask you this question. If you didn't understand that I was talking about white when I talked about Michigan, why would you give Philadelphia as a counter?
There's a large African American population
But why would you mention that if it
as a
doesn't
counter
matter?
community
But why
that
would it not? But why would it matter if race doesn't matter? Why
I don't
would
believe
I?
it should.
Hold on, hold
But no,
on. If
you're
there is,
correct
hold
with.
on, sir. If there is no white privilege and race doesn't matter, why would it matter that I was in Michigan and that you think that I would fare better in Philadelphia where there were more African American people? If this doesn't really matter, sometimes I just want you all to listen to yourselves, because if you listen to yourselves, you actually are making the case for what I'm saying. But I think
So
you
I
all get
called my.
so hung up, that somebody is trying to claim that you're a KKK member, that you all can't actually hear it. What I'm saying is very simple and non-controversial. What I'm saying isn't even a controversy.
So
And in
I
your normal
can I
language,
please.
you understood it because you went straight to Philadelphia. Yay or
Okay.
nay?
So
Yes or
I
nay?
called myself out when I said, or when I put words in your mouth. Didn't mean to do that. You put words in my mouth. If you could just do the same thing, I'd greatly appreciate that. I
What
didn't say
words?
that you'd
Tell me.
fare better in Philadelphia
I know you
or
didn't. I
whatnot.
didn't say
I
that
didn't
you
say
said
that.
that. Sir,
Yes,
I
you
didn't
did. You
say
said,
that.
yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Okay,
Respectfully.
we
I,
no, we're not about to be doing this back and forth, sir.
No,
Just move on
no.
with the point. We're
Sir,
not.
well,
We're not
no,
doing
because
that.
here's the
that's a
thing.
big
Here's
point.
the
I didn't
thing.
say
Sir,
that
okay, here's the
into,
thing, because
because I don't
I'm
think
not going
that
to
it
do
would
that.
matter.
Why did you mention Philadelphia?
Because you're bringing up communal difference
Sir,
in
why did you
Michigan versus, and I
mention,
gave you an
why
opposite
did,
thing of
I didn't mention the difference between
explaining it.
Michigan and Philadelphia. I am asking you why you inserted Philadelphia. Just be honest. Why did you insert Philadelphia into the conversation?
Because you brought up a communal area, right? And you compared that to how the disparity between how many black people were living in the area versus white people and going to college there, and how that created less barbershops and different outlets for black people to go to, right? Because of the predominantly white area. Well, predominantly black area having less options towards white people than to black people. How would there would be a black privilege then in that area by that standard,
No, there
correct?
wouldn't, because even in
Why?
Philadelphia, there is no shortage of places for white people to go.
Okay, Center City,
Because
Philadelphia, that has a
even in
large,
Philadelphia, oh, so now we got to go to a specific street.
even in all over Philadelphia is a large population of
Right.
African
So
Americans.
in Philadelphia, there are still resources for white people. And the way that we got to the conversation was not me talking about what was missing for black people. The way we got to Philadelphia was because I asked you who was in the community. And you would not say the community was white. That's how we got to Philadelphia. Because then you said, but where was it? And I said, in Michigan. And you said, yeah, but in Philadelphia. And all I'm trying to get you to do, because as you said, we're having a good conversation. All I'm trying to get you to do is to say, you know what? I realize that there are some racial differences, because if you didn't, you wouldn't have injected Philadelphia.
Yeah, you had me to the last part. I do agree. I wouldn't say the last part was
Okay,
because
and so,
I
oh, go ahead. I'm
again,
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I wouldn't say the last part is accurate, but yeah, no, I can definitely see how there's disparities between that. I don't think that, again, I just don't think that that's part of a systemic thing. Nothing's creating a
Do you know what
problem.
systemic? What do you think systemic means?
Well,
So
where
A
does
since
it
you
basic
think
weren't
it
here,
come from?
institutional.
since you weren't here for that conversation, let me tell you the other part that you didn't hear. What you didn't hear was that in order to get a cosmetology license, there is no requirement to learn how to do textured hair of black people. Did you know that?
Okay.
Did you know that?
No.
Okay, so that system is designed around the priority and protection of white people. Because if that were not the case, it wouldn't matter if all of the salons in the area were white, right? Because they would have been required to have the skill level to work on black people's hair, right?
I wouldn't say that it would just be white people. I would say that it
Sir,
would definitely be
sir,
between
I'm
half
talking
the.
about white. I don't want you to change the subject. I want you to just follow me for a second here. If white people who went to cosmetology school had a requirement to learn how to professionally and proficiently handle black people's textured hair, the fact that the salons are white would not matter. That's my question.
Okay.
Yay or nay? So
Yeah.
let me now,
Okay.
so now let's go to Philadelphia, to these white salons. To these black salons in Philadelphia. State law requires black people who get cosmetology license to perfect and become proficient at doing white people's hair. Did you know that?
Yeah. Is it white people or is it just the lack of
Texture.
inclusion with black people's hair?
Sir, they are required to get so many hours practicing on the textured hair of white people, learning the styles of white people, perfecting those styles. That is how they get their hours. That is how they get their license. So if you are black, you are required to learn how to do that in order to get a state license. That is systemic. White people are not required to do that. That is systemic. So if somebody were to go into a black barber, that black barber got their license by learning how to do the hair of white men as a requirement.
Okay.
So
Again,
that's why it's different. So when you say, yeah, but they didn't have a meeting and that's not systemic, it's systemic because there is no requirement for white people to see anything beyond their own needs. And so because the law does not require white people to learn that, and here's what the answer is. Yeah, but that's because there's more white people. Absolutely. But there are black people who've been doing hair for 30 years, and only hair that they do is people who are black. So why is it that black stylists are not allowed to get their license by only focusing on black people?
yeah. Again, I don't know anything specific about that. I think that
Okay, but
that's
I just gave
an
you the
interesting.
information. I just gave you the information.
No, and I'm about to agree with you. I'm about to say, yeah, that's a good point. That I could see as being a systemic issue. I wouldn't. Again, the only thing that I'm disagreeing here is that you keep saying white, 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 like there's no other races, and I
I'm
get
not
why
saying
you're
it like
saying
this.
it.
I'm not saying it like there's any other race. I'm saying it because it's related to white people. Is there a problem
How
with white people being white? White people design race around white people. So why does it offend you if I say white? If I say that the standards are to do the textured hair of white people, what word do you want me to use?
because white people and let's say Asian people's hair have
I
similar
said the
makeup to it.
texture.
Why?
Sir, I said the texture. Did you not hear me say the texture? But there is
I
no
don't know.
requirement in the law that they practice on Asian hair.
Okay.
That's why I didn't say
What do you
Asian.
mean? Like specifically, like there's laws in there that says like they
I'm,
have to do
I'm sorry,
like.
Valerie. I have a question. If he didn't hear you, why did he agree with your point when you made the point
Yeah,
about the
hold
texture?
on 1 second. You said what? So the law is
I was done
that you
talking by
have to
text.
get so many hours doing so many kinds of styles, doing so many washes, doing so many whatever. There are no requirements. So an Asian stylist who gets a state license is also prioritizing. It is also designed around the textured hair of white people. If that serves Asians, then fine. But there are also, as you said, other races. What I do know, not in depth, but I know that Asians have thicker hair. I know that there's some special things, certain things around cutting hair, and some of those. I know that Dominican people can have a full range of textured hair, and so there are things that they do. And when I lived in Chicago, many of the salons that were doing hair were people who were Egyptian. Why were the Egyptians doing black people's hair? Because they spent time learning that and perfecting that, but it was not a state law or requirement. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The law revolves around the norms of white people. That's why I'm saying white. And I
Can I
don't
say one
understand
thing,
why that
Valerie?
offends you. I don't understand why that offends you. White people do not have to learn how to do Fulani braids in order to graduate from cosmetology school. They don't have to learn how to do box braids. They don't have to learn that to get a license. Why is that? Because what we think when we say hair, when we just say hair, we're talking about the hair that comes out of the heads of white people. That is what we're talking about as a norm. And I still just don't understand why me saying white bothers you.
I think it's just grouping it into specifically that white people are doing this purposefully, or that salons and stuff like that are doing this purposefully. And I think that there's other races that
Sir,
that
do you
accommodates
think
into
that
it.
when you write a national policy and you write educational requirements and you're white, that they didn't write them purposefully? See, I think where you get hung up, I think not just you, but people in general, I think she's trying to say that they did it because they're racist. I'm not saying that they did it because they're racist. I'm saying they did it because they're white. And to them, white is a norm. And so they didn't consider anybody else because that's what white privilege means, that you can live in a world and never have to consider the needs of anybody else. You can simply focus on yourselves without considering how that focus will impact other people negatively. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying people went in somewhere and said, you know what, we're going to do this so we can harm black people. No, I'm saying white privilege says that white people are the dominant, the preference, the prioritization, and that all they thought about were themselves, because white people never have to integrate into, assimilate into, or understand any other culture's needs. That's what white privilege is.
I'm thinking about what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I can see that argument. That's fair. That's a fair aspect into it.
And that's what I'm saying. So imagine now that there's a council of black women who are now designing the system, right, for how you get a state license. Are they going to prioritize white people? No.
That's a fair. I think that's a good thing to focus on in that aspect. Okay. Cool.
And
I
so
appreciate
even
you
though
explaining that.
black people, so even though, so there are committees, there are committees around the United States that have been working on this issue that may seem silly to other people, like it's not a big deal, because the guy who was up here before said, well, hair is hair. Well, why did he say that? Because he doesn't know anything else. He's not required to know anything else. Right? So what happens with ethnic minorities across the country, there's very little often in that way that we can do things that we don't have to think how this is going to affect us differently.
I think
So
the
go ahead.
I
Mhm.
think the adaptation with me, like with the white comment stuff like that, is I was taking it more as that there was some type of malicious intent to that. But no, the way that you explained it, that makes sense. I
Thank you.
think that's a really good way to kind of explain that situation. And I
Right.
honestly, I probably would have said,
So
hair
here's
is
what
hair in the
happened.
same way too. I know that obviously black people have different types of hair, and that other races have other types of hair and stuff. But no, it's a fair point.
So here's the thing. So now you're black students at a college. You don't have different resources that you would normally have for Black people in this environment, but you're expected to show up in your classes, presentable, doing all the things that your white counterparts are doing. So then Black people then develop an affinity group. Have you heard that term before?
No, I
Affinity
don't
group.
know.
So affinity group could be a group of women. Affinity meaning groups of people who are joining together for like things. So white people come up here and they'll say, yeah, but Black people have Black privilege because they have a Black dorm. Well, when they create that Black dorm, what that does, it doesn't give Black people privilege, it gives them equity. Because now these people live together, people who are trying to solve problems that their white counterparts on the same campus don't have, haven't thought about, just in the conversation we're thinking about. So now you can put these Black students together who are solving problems as they come up, because now they are surrounded by other Black students who are having some of the same challenges, who have already fixed those things. But then white people get mad that there's a Black dorm and claim that somehow Black people are getting privilege, and they ignore that there are 20 dorms full of white students.
I wouldn't look at it as a privilege. Off the bat, I would say that, I mean, it seems a little segregationalist.
But do you think it's segregationalist when the dorm is all white?
If they're setting it up that way, yes.
No, but there are all white dorms, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that there are.
Okay.
Yeah.
But white people are not accused of segregating because white people want to be together.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think that they're getting put in those dorms like for that. I think that
If white
it's
people get to
random.
choose their roommate and white people choose other white people as their roommates, how are they not choosing?
Well, they're choosing in that sense, but it's not again. It's not like every.
But that's how it works.
I'm
But
eager
that's
to
how it
hear
works.
kind of your
But
advice on that.
that's how it works. And so white people get the benefit of doing that without having their choices being questioned. But when 10 Black students want to live together, it's why are those people trying to segregate themselves?
I wouldn't look at it in that way. I would look at it more so as
I
I see
recognize
it in
that, but
that point of view.
that is how it's looked at.
I don't think that's right. I think that when you have different dorms that are set up in that way, like if Black people want to live with other Black people, that is their choice to do. And yeah,
But they're just their
races
friends.
tend to
But
group
those are
with
just
each
their
other.
friends. But here's what I'm saying. Those are just their friends, just like white people have friends. Right?
My
So if
thing
I'm
would be
Black and the fact that I have Black friends and I want to live with my Black friends, why is that an issue?
no, I don't think that I think that's okay if it's your choice to do that. That's fine.
Right. But what if I don't have that choice?
If you're not excluding other people, like
But
for
what if I
example,
don't
if
have
a
that
white
choice?
person.
But what if I don't have that choice? What if that choice is not available to me? And so instead, what happens is Black people get spread out over 5 different dorms. So now you have 2 Black girls living in a dorm with 300 white people. She has to walk 10 minutes down the street to connect with another Black person. And then you've got a guy and a girl, one Black guy and one Black girl in another dorm somewhere else on the other side of campus. How do you think that the experience of the white students in the dorm and the Black students in the dorm are different?
I think that if you were to combine those groups together, though, just like what you were saying with the haircutting places, if people were to be encouraged to learn Black people's hairstyles and stuff like that going
But
through
Black
school, and
people
there would
don't
be
have
mandates for
time. But
that, I
Black
think that
people
would be
don't have time. Black people don't have time to wait on white folks to learn. We can't sit in abeyance while you go to school for 18 months.
Well,
Our
everybody's
urgency
got
is our
people going
urgency
to
is
school
now.
now.
But our urgency is now. So why should Black people who strategize how to create what they need for their success, why is that demonized?
Again, I wouldn't call it a demonization. I wouldn't say that that's if it's by choice. That's that's fine. I think that's completely different than if you're what I've heard of it. I have heard a little bit of it, but
It's
that
not by choice,
the
it's by necessity.
Right. And so what I'm trying to ask you is,
Like, come on.
so I'm going to ask you the question that I asked the other guy, and he like really wigged out. If I am black and I go to school with 50,000 white kids, do you think that I'm learning more about white people than white people are learning about black people?
yeah, I think that you're ingrained into that culture. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, is there a benefit for black students to be able to network together in the same way that the white students are doing?
Sure. Yeah.
So, if there's 200 white students in a dorm, they've got 200 opportunities in a different way than the two black students do. Don't the two black students deserve to have that same opportunity of options and choices? But what happens is the
I
black
think
students are spread out, one here, one there, spread out all over campus. So let me tell you a thing that I did way back in the way back yonder. So I went to a
Host,
black.
I have to go back. I just have a quick
Okay, go
question.
ahead, Dorothy. Go ahead. You can ask your question.
Yeah, someone muted me. I just wanted to know, what would, I guess, like when you say the counterbalance is black excellence, how is that a counterbalance to like white privilege?
Because black people do not operate in America with white privilege. So they have to have a different strategy for how they approach the same environments.
Okay, I'm understanding. I guess, but how does that like counterbalance it though? Because like you could be like black and be excellent and still like get dragged through the mud.
But it's not, are you black and excellent? Excellence is a certain standard, it's a way of being. So
I
it's
get that.
understanding that if somebody says the requirement is that you have to have a C minus, black people understand that their C is not going to be the same as a white person's C, right?
And no shade, Abraham. I also had just one question, but so you kind of went ahead of me, so I don't know what's going on with that.
I mean, I just said I have to go back to work, so
Okay.
I
But you
mean,
are the only one who's working, so
that's fine. You could feel the way
yeah.
you want to feel. I really don't care. I gotta go back.
but you're not the only one who's
Have a good day.
working. So what are we
All right.
doing?
Thank you for coming up. And I'm sorry, Cascade, go ahead.
Yeah,
Hey, Miss Valerie, I
if you
just
can
got one
explain,
thing to show and then I'm going to
if you
bed.
can explain to Auntie how
Can I have the big box?
engaging
Can I
in
have the
victim
big box, Miss
blaming and
Valerie, for
misgendering
Wagner?
is also anti-black.
Yeah.
Can you explain it to Miss Jordan,
Wagner.
Valerie, or
So Wagner,
wait?
this is why separate dormitories are required.
No. Why am I being
This
muted?
happened in 2017. This white woman was smearing her period blood on her roommate's, a black woman's property. This is why black people
Already
need black
asking.
dorms.
Then what are we doing?
Right. Yeah. This is why black people need black dorms.
Oh, I don't. I think that Valerie's explanation on it was a little bit more effective. I think that's a crazy, horrible example, but
Oh, it is?
I think it's
Right,
It's crazy to you that this white woman was
Wagner,
smearing.
do you know, Wagner, but do you know, but this is the experience of black students. And here's what's often difficult, right? It's difficult because when black people explain these things that are happening to them, what they're told is, yeah, but that's not really a big deal or that's not whatever. When I went into college, Wagner, got there, it's a bit, I don't know if you went to college or not, but if you go, when you're moving in, it's a very festive time. People are moving in, you know what I mean? It's the energy is high all around. So I'm doing all that. My mother has driven me to the school. I've gotten moved in. I meet my roommate, her parents are there, and our parents leave. I was not in the room with that girl 10 minutes, and here's what she said to me. My parents said that it's okay if you're black. But if you start bringing black guys around here, they told me to get the hell out. That was my introduction to this girl. Because the way that white privilege works is, as it does on here, she actually thought that it was simply her living with me, her accommodating me. Her parents are giving her instructions about how much accommodation she's going to give to me. Well, I'm gonna rush the story to mid-year. I don't even think we made it to Christmas break. Um, but she called me the N-word in the hallway. Now, why did she do that? She did that because she said I was a little too popular in the building and that I knew too many people in the building. I knew a bunch of black people. I knew a bunch of everybody. But the black people, like I told you, they were on different floors. They were in different places. I'm a very friendly person. So I had an active social life full of friends. And she said, I just think we shouldn't live together anymore. And you know more people than I do. So I think that you should leave. Girl, I ain't about to go nowhere. I'm going to stay
Yeah,
right here. So
I think
what
that's
she
another
did,
horrible example.
so what
Just
she
out of
did,
curiosity.
so sir, what she did on a daily basis, she would do things like unplug my things, hide my things. She would turn the stereo up. So if I turned it on, it would be blasting and blaring. She's doing all of these things. And I think my brother's still up here and he can probably tell you the peace story. I am about one of the most stubborn people ever. So the simple fact that I knew that she was trying to get me to react to her or get me to move is what assured me that I never would, right? So when she got frustrated with that, she called me the N-word in the hallway. So when my daughter went to college, right? If I don't want my daughter to have any of those experiences, one of the things I can do, now my daughter didn't live in the black dorm, but if she had of, that's what I would have been protecting her from. And so my child who goes to school should get to go to school without having to sleep with one eye open because she lives with some crazy ass white girl. Now, am I saying that all white people are crazy? Nope, I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that there is still this incredible racial bias and hostility towards black people and the idea that black people don't belong in any space that they inhabit. And there is a reaction that white people have to black people that they feel are taking up spaces that they shouldn't have. And so I don't want my child to have to deal with that nonsense at all. And I think that that would be fair. Why wouldn't it? How many times do you think that black children
Hey,
would
Miss Valerie. Miss Valerie.
how many
Just
times
I
do
just
you
need a
think
second to say goodbye because I do have to go to
oh
bed. I have
okay.
to work tonight.
Oh,
And I
okay.
just hold on. I just want to let you know that this Cascade person is up here to spread lies and misinformation about me and my
Michigan.
character.
I have a
And
clip.
I
Here's the
am
live.
going to screen record this so that I can use it in my
Here's
legal defense
the
because that is the only
live.
reason why he is here.
I
So
have
I
a
just
clip.
want you
It's
to know
bad.
what's about to happen.
Stop
But I
misgendering.
love you. Thank you.
Stop misgendering. I told you that in the last live. You keep engaging in bigotry, but you want to call out white for
Can you
being
not hear?
racist, and
Can
y'all
you
gonna
not
keep
hear?
muting me
Okay,
because
okay. No,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
need
This
you
is
in the
not the place for
truth.
that. This is not the place for that. You're gonna have to hash that out somewhere else. This is Valerie's live. Is not the place for you to get out those grievances. I'm sorry it happened, but we're not about to turn this live into that. I'm so sorry, but not
But you
here.
shouldn't be allowed to misgender me on the panel either.
No, I understand. I'm not saying who's right or wrong. All I'm saying is this is not the place to be hashing that out.
Yeah,
Valerie
but
has
she
nothing
can't.
to
But
do
she
with
can't.
that.
She can't do that and go uncorrected. Like, what are we? That's
We're
weird.
Okay,
not
but
we're
here's
not
what I'm
gonna
gonna
deal
need you
with
to do,
with the
Cascade. Here's
misgender
what I'm gonna
part.
need you to do though. I'm gonna need you to take that up in her inbox. You can't do it. I don't have anything to do with that. That is another adult woman.
I
I don't
understand
have
that. I was
anything
trying to
to do.
address it, and she muted me and then misgendered me. And then now that I'm trying to
But she
engage in it, y'all are
dropped.
silencing
She's
me.
not,
So
but I'm
she's
not
gone.
silencing
She
you.
dropped after misgendering me. She knows what
She's not here.
she's
She's not
engaging
here.
She's
in
not here.
bigotry.
God.
She is not here.
So,
She's
so, so
gone.
the aftermath. This is the aftermath. She knew exactly what she did.
No,
Cascade.
No,
Why she said it earlier.
we're
there's
You
not
no
doing
are
that.
aftermath.
the aftermath right
Yeah, we're
now.
not doing that here.
Take it
That's all
down.
I'm
This is
saying.
not that kind of space.
Yeah,
No.
but see if
Yeah, but there is
see if
no
I
And
but.
so
address her
you're
and
But
not
say,
it's
gonna
wait,
like
you
change
running
it.
moving
down
up
the
the arms
You're
because
hey,
not gonna change it into a transgender conversation. You're not gonna do that here, sir.
Yeah, we're not doing that in this space. I'm sorry. Whatever y'all got going on, it has to be hashed out between each other, not on Miss Valerie's space. That is not what we are doing.
Cascade, you can come back up. I dropped you. It wasn't anybody else. It was me. because I get it. I get that you're mad and you're angry, but she's not here. It's not the conversation of today. I know that you go around the spaces just like I do. I don't have any problem with you being here, not one. And you know Auntie is in different spaces. She hosts lives. That's the place to take it. We're not going to be able to legislate it here. So I don't want to do that.
Hello.
That's all. Okay, Wagner, I think that we've given, right? And so what I'm saying is,
For
so Wagner, so what I'm saying is the way that Black people are looked at for doing that for their children is seen very differently than when white parents feel that their children need to be protected, because white privilege is about the protection of white students. That's what it is. And so then if Black
what
children,
happened
which is
when
what
you
my prompt is about, so if Black children don't automatically have that protection, how do we as parents then protect them?
if you so I have a couple questions. Did
Sure.
you first off what happened like when you were well, I guess when did you go to school?
When was I in college? In the 80s.
Yeah. Okay. And
My daughter
did you
graduated
report
my
her?
daughter graduated 2 years ago.
Congratulations.
I mean, my daughter didn't graduate 2 years ago. My daughter graduated in May. What am I talking about? She just graduated in May.
Oh, well, more
Yeah.
congratulations.
Yep.
What happened when you reported that person? And that's an awful experience.
Not much. Not much.
Okay.
We had to go to student court. She was required to move. She wasn't put out of school or anything.
I see the point that you're making with that. I think that
And so
while
here, so
I
let me
can
give you
see a
this.
point
What
for it to be
happened
a
in that?
necessity
So
today,
what
but I think
happened
that
in the aftermath? What happened in the aftermath? A Black girl moved into my dorm room. That was in 1985-ish. That girl is still my friend today. So her being my roommate was a very different experience than me living with somebody calling me an N-word, right? Somebody being rude to my guest who came over because my guests were Black. So I have been out of college almost 40 years. And that girl, I've been in her wedding. She sang at my wedding. She just sent me the most lovely, best message ever on my birthday last Sunday. She's been my friend for 40 years. And she's been my friend for 40 years because a lot of what we experienced in that environment, right, bonded us for life. So there is a benefit to Black students having the opportunity to network with other Black students. It doesn't mean we don't like white people, because I'm still in a space with 50,000 white people. But if I get to go to bed and have 8 hours of sleep where I'm not having to worry about all this other stuff, that makes me a better student the next day.
I agree with what I agree with what you're saying. I think that I'm 28. I was born in 1997. I don't, I'm not calling you old, but I wasn't even around during that.
I know you weren't, and
Um,
that's why I said to you that my daughter just graduated in May. Now,
yeah.
why did I tell you my daughter just graduated in May? Because my daughter graduating in May actually went to parties in the last, so she was just in college, right, over the last 4 years, not in the 80s, where she showed up to parties and they said she couldn't come in because she was Black.
Really?
That's just been in the last 4 years, where she went to something that was invitation only, and she went there with the invitation with the other girls that she went with, but her invitation was void because the people said that she couldn't come in because she was Black.
Well, when I look at stuff, I think what I would
Okay, but I want you
feel
to
or
respond
hope
to that was 2024. That
Yeah.
wasn't in the 80s.
Well, from everything that I've at least seen, obviously, like I'm on the other side of the political aisle, so what I'm told is that there's tons of avenues, and that anything in that type of case, those people would be immediately ostracized by the larger community. And
It's a lie, because
fair
it is
right
a
to
lie because the larger community believes the same way that they do. So I don't know who on your side of the aisle is telling you that. Let me tell you, as somebody who is Black, y'all tell
I
each other
wouldn't.
all kind of stuff that's just not true. People do not get ostracized for exercising or messaging out the things that white people think. They do not get ostracized. They most certainly, absolutely do not. And not only
Well,
do they not get ostracized, here's what you all say. Well, that was one person. But if there were 100 people in there and a 99 didn't come and say that that person was wrong, then it's all 100.
no,
I'm
I
not,
get that, and
you all
not
live
from
in
the.
a fantasy land that Black people don't live in. And because you never have to actually listen to Black people, you are allowed to go through life believing in a reality that just isn't reality. And what you said to me was, well, what happened when you reported it? But that doesn't that require me to do something? I'm just at school trying to go to school like anybody else. But now I got to file a formal complaint. Now I got to have meetings
Yeah,
with
it
different
shouldn't happen in the
people.
first
Now I
place.
got to do all of this other stuff. But my professors still expect me to turn my papers in on time. My professors still expect me to get my work done as if I didn't have all of this all night long. My professors don't really care that I am living with a bigot. Their expectation is that I perform like the bigots that I'm in class with.
Okay. But most of my thing that I've heard was from, I mean, like obviously like liberal outlets and stuff, when any type of like cancel culture and all that kind of stuff, when anybody makes any type of like effect or could be considered like a microaggression or something like that.
Yeah, when
Um
it's something egregious, but normal everyday white bigotry, don't nobody pay no attention to it because it's just normal. Black people just shrug it off their shoulders and keep moving.
I do have to go. I apologize. I
No,
genuinely
you
enjoyed the
don't have to
conversation.
apologize.
We
You
can
can
have one
go.
more
But I'm
conversation.
just trying to say that if you don't actually sit down and talk, so you said you're 27, my daughter is 24, right? So you all are in the same age range. She just went to college with people your age,
Yeah.
right? So this is not something that used to be something somewhere else. This is
I
something that still happens, which is why her college then created a Black dormitory.
One thing that I don't really like, or that I would like your opinion on with this is, so my idea is with, again, from the same like liberal outlets and stuff. I don't know. My thing is that I feel like conservative movements and more right leaning movements, they push, and that's kind of why I have that mentality too, of that there should like or excellence and stuff. I get what, or at least I believe I get what you're saying through that, is that Black people, they need to work harder because of the society that they're in, and that they need to achieve a higher set of goals for themselves because of the situation that they're in. And I think that that's in the sense of like pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps, for like a mnemonic to use it. But
No,
I
it's
think that
not
there's
like
a lot of,
pulling yourself. It's not like pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps because
yeah,
you're not talking
wrong
about
one.
people who don't, excuse me, you're not talking about people who don't have on boots. You're talking about people who have done everything and have deserved access to the spaces that they are inhabiting.
No, but that
And
they're
what we are
working, like
talking
that
about,
they're relying off of their own.
why would Black people need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps when they're sitting next to a white student that doesn't have the same intellectual capability? Why would it be that Black people need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps?
I didn't mean it in that way. What I meant it by is that I think that the liberal mentality into it is that Black people should be dependent on the system, and that they should be encouraged to
What
continuously believe
system?
that.
On what system? Let's talk about. I know you said you have to go, but this is something that pisses me off. This whole idea that Black people dependent on what system? What system? What is the system that Black people are dependent on? I would love to know.
I don't think that there should be. I don't think that there.
I
I
didn't
don't think
say
there
should
is. I
be.
think
I
that
want you.
what they
You're
earn is what
repeating.
they
Yeah,
do for
man,
themselves.
sir. You're talking about the liberal perspective is Black people should be dependent on the system. What system?
social or not social security, food stamps, stuff like that.
Okay, you know that most black people are not on food stamps. You know that,
No,
right?
I don't.
So
Yes, I'm not
a
saying I agree
very
with
small,
it.
sir, a very small minority of black people are on food stamps. So what the hell does that have to do with black people? There are more white people on food stamps. Why are white people not said to be relying on the system when there are more white people on food stamps?
I'm not saying that I agree with that.
Sir, there are more white people on food stamps. Why is it when we have these talking points that the talking point is not that white people need to stop relying on the system?
I'm not trying to be argumentative with you. I don't know. I don't share that belief. My perspective
Wonderful.
is conservative.
I'm just asking you as a very smart person. If there are more white people, why are we only attaching this to black people are dependent on the system rather than white people? Do you understand what I'm asking you? What I'm trying
No,
to tell
I
you
get what you're saying. Yeah.
is that
I
even the best of white people, this is what I'm trying to tell you, will continually repeat racial bias, not understanding that it's racial bias. There are more white people on the system. White people are not said to be dependent. Why? Because white people, even when they are on the system, are considered part of the dominant white majority that is superior to all other groups. So what other system? Because again, poverty amongst black people is 16%. So that means 85% of black people don't live in poverty. So why do we keep defining black people by that small minority?
personally,
Why do we do that? Why do we do that in
personally,
this
how I
country?
would see it is that it's because the left is a little bit racist and that they like to keep bringing
What
that
does this
up.
have
I
to do with
personally
the
don't think
left? What does this have to do with the left? Are you on the left?
no.
Okay, so but you're the one who's saying it, right?
That's what I've heard from a lot of the talking points. I wanted your
Okay,
opinion
but
on
you're
it.
the one, hold on, but you're not on the left. But you are the one here talking about pulling people up by their bootstraps and being dependent on the system.
No,
So,
that's just
how
what
do
I've
you
heard like in there.
separate yourself from that? Huh?
Again, no, that's just like the talking points that I've heard from like a lot of left-leaning outlets and stuff.
So, what is the conservatives' point of view then on black people?
That they should be treated as anybody else, and that what the pulling up by the bootstraps wasn't the proper example or the mind that I wanted to say. It was more that
So then it's
they're
your
an
belief that
independent
conservatives,
individual.
so I want to make sure I understand. So conservatives are prioritizing black people's goals.
I think
Is
that
that,
they
is that
have since. I think they have since
conservatives are prioritizing the
foundation of
goals
the
of black
Republican
people?
Party.
Is that what you're about to tell me?
I think they have since the foundation of the Republican Party. I think that the left
You don't
as
believe that. You don't believe that bullshit. You don't believe it. You do not believe that. Give me
I mean
one way
historic
that white people have prioritized the needs of black people over white people. Give me one example.
I mean medical field cardiology is extensively talked about with African American issues with heart disease, hypertrophy, different issues that go along with congenital
So
diseases,
you
sickle
are
cell.
saying that in the medical field, black people's health is what's prioritized.
That one specific issue. Yeah.
So black people, as it relates to heart conditions, are the priority in the medical field. Is that what you're saying?
No, that one specific issue in terms of them having higher rates of heart disease, more issues
So
like
black
hypertrophy.
people have more heart disease. My question is,
Yeah.
where are black people being prioritized over the needs of white people in this conservative party, or just in the world? Because what you're saying, you know, you don't believe this. You're just repeating it, and it doesn't make any kind of logical sense.
No
You
sense
know
at
it's
all,
not
Valerie.
true. You absolutely know that what you're saying is not true.
Like which one specifically? Which one am I saying specifically that
That
I don't
Black
believe?
people are prioritized as it relates to heart conditions.
No, yeah, that's me in the hospital if somebody comes in, like versus if a white person comes in with chest pain. I mean, we scan everybody obviously off of a triage base, but it
Valerie,
seemed
I'm
more as if
sorry. I have kept it together longer than I cannot. Now
Girl,
we
you
are
about to
veer in
lose
the
it
land
too.
of fantasy. I can't. This is too much.
So what is the never
okay.
mind. I'm not even
Oh
gonna get
my
into I'm
God.
not even gonna get into medical racism. So can you talk to me? Because I did hear you say that you're a medic. So I would love for you to talk to me about how Black people's high
Valerie,
blood
dear
pressure.
sister, he has had more than an hour of time.
40,
Okay.
look, now it's an hour. I was saying 47 minutes. Brian counting the
Okay,
hours.
I'm
Oh,
about
I
to go,
did
but here's what I
47
wanna
minutes a long time ago.
here, I'm not even looking at my screen because y'all be trying to tell me stuff. So here's my question though. I just want to ask you if you know. If you don't know, it's fine. And actually, I was down. I brought up all the people that were down in the queue, and you know how when you bring people up, but they're not there. So I actually did do that. Wagner. So are you aware of how Black people's blood pressure is treated with much narrower options than white people? Are you aware of that?
In what way? No.
I just told you that they are medically treated differently, that the range of high blood pressure medications differs from the way that the different options that are given to white people. Are you aware of that?
No, I'll have to look into that.
Okay, please look into
Like
that.
based on the
So
specific
I think it
medications?
has to do with whether or not they're offered statins or whatever. So there is a very narrow class of drugs that are typically that are typically prescribed for Black people with high blood pressure that differs from white people. And so you can go and look that up because there are committees that are working on that. So I am sure, because you are in the medical field, that you know that things like the spermometer, I always say it wrong, the spermometer that registers different readings for Black people's lungs differently than white people, which means that Black people's lung conditions are not being diagnosed at the same rate, which in turn impacts their long term health care, their long term options as it relates to things like transplants. Are you aware of that?
N- well, I mean, incentive spirometers is used to mainly assist with breathing and stuff like that.
I'm not asking you that.
The spirometer
I'm
specifically
asking if
is
you
when you're
know that
measuring
Black
functional
people's
activity.
I'm asking if you know that Black people's lung conditions are underdiagnosed, and that creates long-term issues for how Black people are treated in as it relates to lung conditions.
No, no, I'll have to look into
So
that.
go and look that one up.
Valerie,
Also
one
do the
second.
same thing. Also do the same thing for kidneys.
Valerie, you say you
Okay.
can't see the people. I see people keep popping up in the queue. I just wanted to make sure nobody
Here, let
was
me go
being
down
ignored.
here. No, it's
I
like the
again, I
queue's in the
appreciate the
queue.
conversation, Valerie. I think that
Yeah,
this was
absolutely. Come
very
back
enlightening. So,
anytime. Come back anytime. Yeah, no. I was saying I see more people down there. Hey, my Lisa.
Okay, I just didn't want to make sure we were missing over
No,
anybody.
but the ones like I did four, like I did it to fill it up earlier, and when they didn't come
Okay.
up, I kept talking to him. Hey, doctor, welcome to the live. Thank you for being patient.
No worries. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
So, the gentleman that was just speaking, he's gone, but I want to point something out. You were sharing not only factual data that can be researched, you were also sharing your lived experience. And each time you did so, he would counter with, well, what I've heard is, well, what they've
Yep,
said is.
yep.
And so I wonder when these conversations are happening and people of the dominant culture show up to engage in these conversations, are they showing up to actually listen and learn, or are they showing up simply to spew their unproven counterpoints, because what better information than someone's lived experience about a particular situation?
Right. Oh, who is this down here? Oh, I thought that was CB down
Hello.
there.
I would
Somebody.
love to add into this from the white perspective, if you will, only because I do believe that a lot of people don't understand, especially for Black women, they are not served properly in the medical field because of the conditions that they may suffer from, especially during pregnancies, and that they're more highly likely to suffer from severe medical conditions issues that lead to death during childbirth. Not to mention that they aren't only more susceptible to high blood pressure, but also um, diabetes, as well as I'm trying to think, glaucoma and macular degeneration. And these are things that are not seen or talked about enough. Even on medical shows, they don't talk about it enough. And I do believe that there is a misconception from people in the white race, which I am actively trying to teach myself, but also learn from others whom have lived these experiences, knowing full well that I cannot say that you all have enough visibility or that people of the white community have enough knowledge in general to note that there's enough. They can't say that because we don't know. We've never lived these experiences and we need to acknowledge that. It's not enough just to support other communities, even outside of the Black community. It is more important to learn and understand it and see how we can support you. We need to ask that of ourselves.
Well, who is this person, Brian, down here? Free right. Personal responsibility. Don't shovel food into your mouth. How about personal responsibility of the medical profession that fails Black people?
Absolutely.
How about that? Mickey Boy, welcome to the live. Mickey Boy, you're on mute. Mickey Boy, are you here? Going once, going twice. David Smith, welcome to the live.
Thank you. Yes, I'd just like to your point, I don't know about the last 45 minutes of conversation, but before that, what you were saying is all obvious that, how would it be any different that everything is designed for the majority of people? Of course it is. I mean, there's no other way to do it except design everything for the majority.
You said that there's no other way to do it?
I'm
Is that
saying
what you
it makes
actually said?
sense. It makes
So here's the
sense.
thing. I'm cool with it, but I tell you what, I shouldn't have to pay the same taxes though then as the majority, right? Should I not get some benefits? Because if what you're saying is I'm paying into a system so that you can get all the rewards and the resources, why should I have to do that? Why should I have to participate in that system? Because
Well, I mean,
here's what people get mixed up. What people get mixed up is minority doesn't mean that people are not 100% a person. So a person who belongs to a minority ethnic group, they are still 100% a person. So they don't deserve 15% of their share, right? So I agree with you. And that's why I don't understand why people get mad about the idea of white privilege because, and then people say, well, where do you see this in 2026? You see it everywhere where white people exist. And the attitude is, well, isn't that the way that it should be? Well, if that's the way it should be, I'm cool with it. Just call it what it is. But if what we actually believe is, I don't see color, we're all human, everybody's American, then we should be looking at everybody as an American, not as we are the white dominated majority. And so, therefore, it makes sense that everything that we do prioritizes and protects us at the expense of other people. I don't want to give my money so that people can protect you and put my children at risk. That doesn't seem to make sense. So let me
yeah,
only pay 15% of taxes. I don't want to pay the same taxes as you all do if things are not going to work for me. And so when you said there's no other way, there's things called collaborative cultures where you make sure that when you have the pie, that what you understand is that when all the boats in America lifts, when everybody is lifted, it lifts America. But we play the hoarding game because there is a fear that if we allow other people to partake and have access to these same resources, that they might outpace white people. And so white people are playing a game, not just a majority game, but playing a game of we're going to protect ourselves at the expense of everybody else. That doesn't seem very American to me.
Yes, ma'am. But it that's why white privilege exists, because how are you you're going to do a study, small studies on the side will be done by other people, or say for instance your college, going to that all white trying to find somebody to cut your hair when you went to college. The businesses, they're always going to go where the money is, and if there's not a customer base to provide for this person, then that person's going to have a hard time finding what they need.
Cool.
And
And
that
I'm cool with that. I'm not debating that. I'm not debating should or shouldn't. I'm simply telling you this is what the fact is. So it requires me to do something that white students don't do. Yes or no?
yes.
Right? That's all I'm telling you. And that's why I don't understand why people come up here arguing. Because what I'm saying is not controversial.
No, I agree 100%. You're not
Right? So
controversial.
if
Maybe,
I don't have those same resources, same access to the same opportunities that y'all keep talking about, everybody got the same. If I don't have that, then that means my college experience is different than my counterparts. And it means that I am having to do something else, something extra that my white counterparts are not having to do. That's the point. It's
yes.
just that simple. And that's what my prompt says. That's all my prompt says. So I don't understand why all these people have come up here and then they spin out of control when all I'm telling you is something that should be very, very obvious to other people.
And I don't understand why they can't get what you're saying. It's obvious that, the majority of people are getting taken care of, the white tea privilege. I accept that because that's the majority of people. And yes, you're
Correct.
totally right. You're not a bigot. You're not mean. You're just speaking facts.
It's just a simple factual argument. And so then the question becomes, how then are we characterizing people? So when black people are slower or doing different things because they actually are working harder, they actually are on the hamster wheel, right? Working at a much higher, heavier pace, but they still get stigmatized as being less intelligent, less this, less that, when actually they're becoming master problem solvers and learning how to strategize in a system that wasn't built for them.
Yes, and they have to deal with people assuming, or assumptions that people put on
Correct.
them.
Then what they get is negative, that being black becomes stigmatized in a
And
way
I
that, just like he just said in this example. Yeah, but I think, black people being dependent on the system. Okay, why is it that we say black people are dependent on the system, but white people are not dependent on the system? Why is that? He had to go. I would love to hear the answer to that question.
I don't know the stats, but maybe that's an old,
Okay, well,
hearsay from the
I know the
80s or something.
stats. I know the stats. I know the stats, and there are more white people on EBT than there are black people. So why is it that there is a stigma attached to it if you're black, but there is no stigma attached to it if you're white?
Hearsay with no evidence.
What's hearsay? What I just said?
No, hearsay, something they heard from somebody that, that the old stigmatism that
You don't think
black
that black
people
people
are
in
on
America
welfare.
are stigmatized as being poor?
I think that's an old thought for 30, 40, 50, oh
You
man,
you
how
mean that
long?
you mean that it's an old thought, like from 10 minutes ago? Because that's when the man said it, was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was put in his brain a long time ago, and it just
He said that it's happening right now, dealing with listening to conversations that are going on in Congress.
no. There's a lot of white tea people that claim disability when They might be faking it. They just don't want to work and get welfare. I don't know the numbers. It's probably
But I
even
do.
Steven at least.
But I do know the numbers. And so I'm trying to ask, let's just say if it's true. I just want somebody. And so maybe, what's his name? Maybe Mickey. I see Mickey has come off of his microphone. Maybe Mickey can explain to me, how is it that white people are not stigmatized as being poor when they are on welfare, when they're on EBT? I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, I'm poor. Take it you're in America. But I was just passing and I see this conversation, like, to me, there's only one race, and that's the human race.
Wonderful.
I don't understand why. I don't feel very privileged, really, to be fair.
How would you know? Have you ever been not privileged?
No, I was brought up. My mother never had nothing. Do you know what I mean?
That's
I
economic,
really
sir.
don't understand.
Sir, that's economic privilege. That's not race-based
Yeah,
privilege.
but
Your mother not
even
having your
with
mother not sir, your mother not having anything is not race-based
yeah,
privilege.
but what I'm trying to say is, like, I never relied on anything like that. I go to
So
work. I
what?
come
So
home.
what? Neither did we. So what?
No,
Neither
no.
did we.
I'm just
So
saying, like, I was looking at where black excellent and white privilege. I really don't understand that. Maybe you can explain that to me, because I see the world as one race, and that's a human race.
Isn't it nice that you get to do that?
Well, that's how I see it. In the UK here,
Do you
the,
see my
the,
picture? Do you see my picture?
yeah,
Do
yeah,
you and I look alike?
that don't matters. We're
Well, it
humans.
does. Well, it does. Do you and I look alike?
No,
Okay. Do you not see that I'm a black woman?
I can see you're a black woman and I'm a
Okay,
white man, but so what? So
so
what?
then we do see color. It's weird to me that adult people go through all of these hoops and gymnastics to claim that they don't see the obvious. That's just silly.
Well,
I am
yeah,
a black woman. I don't get to go
exactly.
around. If I called myself Indonesian, people
Why
would
do
question that.
why can't you call yourself a human being?
Because black people are human. I'm not black or human. I am black and human. It's not that I
Exactly.
have to trade one for the other.
Exactly.
I
No,
am both.
that's not a case. That's not a
Sir, I
case of
am both.
trading.
Sir, I am both. So when I
Yeah. So
proclaim that I am a black woman, I am not declaring that I am not human. I
no.
am both human and black, not one or the
Exactly.
other. So if I tell you that I am a woman, do you find issue with that?
No.
If I say I'm a woman, do you take issue with the fact that I'm a
No.
woman?
No.
Okay, so should I not
Technically,
say
you are
that,
human. You have lungs and a heart, right?
should I not say that I am a woman and that I'm just human?
You're a black woman. So, but that
But what
what
I'm
difference?
asking you is, should I say that I'm not a woman and only be human? Because women are
No.
human, right?
Yeah.
So do you believe that we don't have gender as well?
Yes. I
Do we have
understand.
age?
I
Do we have
understand
age?
that.
Sir, as an identity, I have many. I am American. I am black. I am a woman. I am a woman. I am a mother. I am a sister. I am a daughter. I am many things. And none of those make me less human than any of the others.
Exactly. But this is what
Right.
I'm saying.
Right. So I don't understand why you're telling me I can only be human or black rather than being both.
Yes. But I'm white, but I still say I'm human.
Okay. I
Everybody.
don't need to say that
There's
I'm
only one
human
race.
because,
It
excuse
doesn't
me.
matter which. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, or whatever. We're still just humans. We're human
Okay. Well, let me
beings,
ask you a
and everyone
question.
should be treated
Let
the
me ask you a
same.
question. So let me ask you because it doesn't matter. Are you married?
Yeah.
Okay. Is your wife white?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you and your wife go to the hospital to deliver a baby and the baby comes out black.
Yeah. I
You
got one
good?
any day soon.
Okay, but I'm asking, so
Yeah.
now when your wife
Yeah.
delivers and the baby comes out and the baby is black and looks like
Yeah.
me, the
Yeah.
baby is just human. You cool? You not asking no questions?
Exactly. I won't be. No.
Now
You
stop
won't.
the cap.
See, this is what I'm saying. See what I'm
Yeah, but I
saying?
Stop the
wouldn't.
cap.
This is
Oh
the
my
idiocy.
goodness.
see what I'm saying? That's why I ask questions the
That
way that
can, yeah,
I
but
ask
that,
questions.
yeah, but that can actually happen.
Not for you, sir. Don't.
Yeah, but that can
I'm
actually
done.
happen.
I'm
That's
No,
done.
not
happened
from you.
before.
This is what I'm saying. When you all can't even be honest, when you cannot even be honest, that's why I try to ask questions that are big. Like when I say I was a black person with 50,000 white people, who learned more, and the man went off, right? You see what I'm saying? These are
Mm-hmm.
easy questions.
You should
These
be,
are
yeah, but
live
no, but what
questions.
I'm trying to
So
say
if
is
your
you should
wife,
be included in them 150
Your
people.
wife would be in danger if she popped out a black baby, sir. Stop playing.
No, but what I'm saying is,
I'm just
what I'm
saying.
saying is,
I
what I'm
can't hold
saying
it
is,
in. I'm sorry.
why can't you be part of that 150 people just because you're black?
what are you talking about? Be a part. See, this is what I'm saying. Now you're gonna try to ask me something like I'm not being logical. I said being one person with 50,000 white people
Hmm.
who learns more about the other. I said if I am one black woman in school with 50,000 white people, do white people learn more about black people or do I learn more about white people? What are you
Well,
talking about? You need to
if
stick
you're
with
in
if
that
your wife
classroom, then
popped
you
out
should
a
all
black
learn
baby.
together.
What?
If you're in that classroom, then you should all learn together.
But
We
it's
do.
lopsided.
We
That's the
do. We
problem.
do. Hold on. We
Yeah,
do
but they
learn
shouldn't
together.
be.
We learn about white people. We learn together about white people.
I mean, you're in the US. I mean,
We
we
learn
don't.
together. Listen, don't try to change the subject. You need to figure out what's going on with your wife and that black baby. I'm not even gonna
Exactly.
I'm not gonna have no other conversation with you. I'm not having no other conversation with you except for that. That's
And
it.
when his
That's
family, but what is he gonna do, Valerie, when his family start asking
I'm
questions?
just
Is he gonna
trying to
say, "Well, the baby
understand.
is only human"?
I'm
right.
just trying to understand. In the UK, that's a little bit different.
Oh, so in the UK, white people give birth to black babies when they got a
Well,
white
no,
husband.
no,
Is that
we're
what you
not
about to
talking
tell?
about.
So you said that it's
We're not talking
different.
about
You
white
said it's
people having
different in
black
the
babies.
UK. So in the UK, black white men and white women give birth to black babies. That's what
No,
you
I'm
just
not
said?
saying that. We're past that bit. What I'm
No,
saying
we're
is
not
that's a
past
little
it.
bit.
Oh no, we're not past it.
You,
We're
you
not
said
past
it was
it.
different in Georgia.
We're not past it at
You said it
all.
was
This is where
different.
we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay right
Okay.
here because you just telling a lie. And I cannot even talk to people who will not even tell the truth about simple things.
Right.
Well, you let me know when you want to when you want to tell the truth, because you're not telling
Well,
the truth.
well. Apparently that has happened before. That's all I'm saying. Like I'm just trying to talk nicely to you. Jesus.
Well, I'm talking nicely to you, and I
Yeah,
want
I
to
know,
know
but
if your wife. You said your wife is expecting, and so in a
yeah.
couple weeks when she gives birth to a baby, but the baby looks like me and is black, I want you to say I do not see color. That's what I want you to do. I don't
Well,
see
I
color.
wouldn't see. I would just see a baby.
Okay.
Sir, please.
I know that. Listen, I don't even want to talk to him no more because he's just telling a lie.
Damn,
He is
let me
telling a lie.
lying.
Straight
He's
up
just telling a
lying.
lie.
I ain't got a problem with any race in the world.
I don't have a
No,
problem with
but you'd
any.
I
have
ain't
a
got a
Listen,
problem
problem.
if
I
your
don't
wife had a
have,
black
sir.
baby.
I don't have a problem with any race in the world either. But if a white baby comes out of here, that's the issue.
That's just like me. My youngest. If my husband and I am both black, if I had popped out a white baby, somebody has got some explaining to do. That does not mean that I don't like white people. That is not flying in my house. Like, let's be serious.
What she's saying is you would notice a difference. That's the point.
Absolutely.
That's
And
the
he
only
would
point
too.
she's
I
And
trying.
he
wouldn't
would
That's
put
as
it
well.
this way. Put it this way. I wouldn't take any notice of the difference.
you wouldn't what?
I wouldn't take any notice of the difference.
Well, I mean, you would notice a difference in skin color is the point.
Exactly. Yeah, I'd notice that, but
But that's
that
even though
wouldn't.
that may not change your opinion
Hello,
of your love for the
I
child.
have a
It
question. I'm
would.
We
Mexican
are
but
not
white, so do
hold on, Kate. We are not entertaining that foolishness. We're not
No,
entertaining.
are you talking about me?
I'm saying we're not entertaining his nonsense. We're not
Gotcha.
giving that another minute of time trying to.
Gotcha.
I'm
I
not.
do have a question though, if you don't mind, for you, because I want to go back to what that other gentleman had brought up, and you had asked a question about what he was saying about the poor, like that the Black community is has the stigma of being more poor. What was your question exactly? Because I can't remember it now.
The question is, there are more white people on EBT than there are black
Yes.
people.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it that we don't hear that white people are too dependent on the system?
So I will give you my perspective of what others think and how it works, but
Okay,
I'm
it's
not
kind
going
of,
to,
kind of a
it's not
kind
my
of a
personal
rhetorical
perspective.
question. Right, it's
No, I
kind of a
understand.
rhetorical question, but if you feel the need to answer, go ahead.
Because I do feel as though that white people need to address the fact that it's on purpose. Like it's obvious that it's on purpose. It is on purpose to make themselves seem more elite, if you will. And I'm not saying all white people by any means, because I definitely don't feel that way. I know your numbers are accurate on that. I know that even white people, not like born American white males, have a higher rate of crime when it comes to murder and I believe rape, if I remember correctly.
Can't use those.
Um,
Hey, I gotta drop you down. I
oh,
gotta
I'm
drop
sorry.
you down before it pops up on my screen. We can't use those words. Sweet, welcome to the live. Sweet or sweetie, welcome to the live.
See myself superior to black people.
What did you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Hello.
Hold on one second. Nikki, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
I said I don't see myself as superior to black people.
Okay, good. That's a great start. Wonderful. That's a great start. Sir Nose, did you say hello? You're not talking today. Cat got your tongue. Sweetie, are you there?
Hey,
Hey, yourself.
I was in the kitchen. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
I see you out here. That was the doozy, the one I just heard.
Man,
He wouldn't be upset. He'd analyze everybody in the hospital if he found out his baby was black. Boy, I didn't know I could move that fast. How you doing today, though?
I don't see myself as superior either. You cannot sit here generalizing all of us. I ain't generalized white folks. What are you talking about?
They generalize themselves.
Generalize that all white people think that they're superior. Y'all really got a complex.
What it
Talking
is,
about everything except for the excellence of black people.
what
Oh,
it
so
is they thought
my Lisa,
because
thank you. My Lisa said, "Have y'all sent your daily heart me? We need your daily heart me."
I'll send you one in a minute.
130 people in here.
Valerie,
Yep.
they thought after 400 years of enslavement, oppression, there's no way we could be as successful. I don't even mean financially. I mean
Right.
so evolved. That's the word. As a people, as somebody who was stolen with our language was stolen from us, our history was stolen from us, any self knowledge was stolen from us. Yet we came to a country that they forced us into and thrived, and that pisses them off to no
Well,
end.
Nikki, let me ask you another question. How come you ain't marry a black woman?
If I had
Thank
met one,
God.
I would have done.
Leave the
I
black
just want to
woman
know,
alone.
why didn't you? I want to know why you didn't marry a black woman.
Well, if I'd have met one, I would have done.
You didn't meet no black women?
Huh?
Huh?
Not from where I actually come from.
Uh-huh.
There's not that many, to be fair.
That's right. See, but here's how you came on my panel. See, in the UK, it's very different. No, it
That is
ain't.
different. Yeah.
There are places that white people live where there ain't no black people around them. It ain't different. So to sit here talking about whether or not you have racial animus, racial thoughts, racial bias when you don't live around anybody other than white people. You see what I'm saying? Y'all be having the
No, but
craziest conversation. So
no,
now what you want us to understand is you didn't meet any black women
there's more
because where
black.
you
There's
live,
more
there's
black
not
males
really,
than
hold on,
females
where you
whereabouts I
live,
am.
there's not really any black people, but you gonna go home with this black baby. If you don't
Listen,
cut it out,
listen,
cut it out, cut it out.
listen,
Hey, my
listen.
Lisa.
There's more black males
Hey,
around where I
my
live.
Lisa. Hey, my Lisa. How are
Oh,
you? Welcome.
you have the patience that I can only dream of. My God. I sat here today and I was like, don't you ever complain. Don't you ever in your life
Doesn't she, Marlis?
complain.
She is a. Now listen, let me tell you, it is amazing.
Like, because I'm like, I get that. I get that your entire lifetime, even though it's only 28 years and I'm super old, is is short, but you've been so heavily indoctrinated that you don't even hear how obtuse what you're saying is. You're saying that they say it, but literally they're not here, you are, and now you've said it. No,
Right.
you
That's what I
said
was
that.
saying. Does he not hear himself say that?
I said, okay, we're in the twilight zone. The other guy, I was like, oh, just crash out, like just get mad at things. I think it's something about the word excellence. I wonder if
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
because when I say you have a privilege, I haven't disparaged you. I just say, hey, there's a privilege that exists. But when you see something that says we have excellence, I don't know why that is so upsetting because I feel like it is.
Because
So
we're
much
all
so
just
that there's
one
a group
race,
of
right? We're all one race. So wouldn't we want all the people around us to be excellent?
absolutely, but I don't know. And then he said the thing that I didn't think I would hear someone say when he came up, and he was like, there's only one race, the human race. Okay, sir. So here's the question I always say when someone says that. Let's switch skin. Right now, I want you to say you want to wake up tomorrow and you'll be black and I'll be white. Say it
Listen,
and
he's
mean
about
that.
to tell you that it wouldn't even matter. But listen, I talked about this yesterday.
And
On
I love that. Valerie, can you talk a
oh,
little bit about that? That was so fascinating for me. I love that.
yes, it is one of my favorite things because that's what people will say, right? So one of the things I love about what I do is having to figure out how to create exercises and activities for people, right? That can shift their thinking. And so, just like you just asked that question, then let's switch. And so, a lot of times, white people say, well, it would actually be kind of cool, blah, 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 blah. So, I created an activity called Waking Up Black, right? And so, in this activity, it is so much fun. I've done it with a few groups of people. And so it's the story of a woman who wakes up black on the morning that she has a big presentation at work. So she has a big presentation that she has to make at work. She wakes up that morning, like all of us do. You walk, maybe you get your coffee, you go in, you turn your water on or whatever. And at some point she looks in the mirror and discovers that she is black. And she's shocked, right? But she's black. She just got to keep on going with her day. So she jumps in the shower. And see, here's the thing: as you all listen to this, credit union said, "Oh, hold on one second. My grown children." Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. So the point of the exercise is for all the people who say, well, I don't know what it is like to be black. I mean, being black can't be that much different. I mean, why do people focus on race? So that's what this exercise is intended to do. So this woman wakes up and she's black and she jumps in the shower. So as I go through and tell a little bit of the story, I would love to watch your comments down in the comment section. And if you all are up here on the panel, of course, you all can chime in. But she jumps in the shower and because she's rushing, she gets dressed and she heads out the door. When she gets outside, y'all can be thinking, I want y'all to think about, she jumped in the shower. She put on her little foundation that she had. and she went out the door. She got outside. She kind of dropped her purse, so she's picking up stuff. She's picking up the keys, and her neighbor sees her and starts yelling, "Hey, hey, 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 what are you doing here?" Because who did the neighbor see? The neighbor saw a black woman. She thought the woman was stealing the car. So she's trying to catch her. The woman pulls out of her driveway. So the way this is written is it like I'm trying to tell you all the story, right? So this is a piece of the story. So then people are expected to react to that. I woke up black. What are my thoughts? Blah, 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 blah. I jumped in my car. The neighbor came out accusing me of stealing the car. What are my thoughts, right? But you're trying to rush because you got to get to work because you got to make this presentation. So as she begins driving, she looks down at her skin and she doesn't understand why her skin is turning white. Her skin is looking white. She then looks in the mirror and looks at the foundation because she put the foundation that she had on her skin. And now she looks in the mirror and she sees this foundation and she is like, oh my God, I cannot go to work like this. So she stops at the local, wherever y'all have, Walmart, CVS, whatever, what's the one, whatever little store, right? Because she realizes that she's going to need a different foundation to put on. This is just her third encounter. And so as she walks in the store, somebody yells out, "Hey, buckwheat." Why did somebody yell out buckwheat to her?
Because her hair wasn't done.
Because now it's starting to dry, right? It might be all right when it
Mhm.
first got wet. But now her hair is standing all over her head. And so she walks in and now she's looking in the makeup section, right? For foundation, doesn't know what she's doing, but she's starting to get a little bit upset. And a black woman walks in, is standing over in that section. And she is like, "Oh, girl, you sure are ashy. Here, you need some lotion." So the lady takes the little lotion. She tries to put it on her hand, but the black lady said, "Girl, you are ashy all over. Go ahead and keep it. You can go ahead and keep that lotion." So now the woman is in the aisle. She's got this lotion she's using, and the store person comes over and asks her what she thinks that she's doing. Because now he thinks that she's taking lotion off the shelf and she's using it, and he's kind of going off on her and telling her he wants her to leave the store. So the lady leaves the store. She didn't get the new foundation. She's got the lotion that she had, and she hops back in the car. Because, see, she was so busy looking at her foundation, she hadn't even really looked at her hair. So then she gets in her car, and she drives to work, and she's so happy when she gets to work in the parking lot because she's noticing, the people that she's been working with. She sees the people. Do the people see her? So she hops out the car and she's out there walking up to the building and she's waving at her little friends. And I asked this yesterday when I was talking about it. So black people who work in corporate America, tell me what you think is happening as she's waving at Marge and waving at her friends as she's walking to the door. What do y'all think is happening? How
They
do you,
ignore her.
Security.
what you say, my Lisa?
Somebody about to call security.
Well, the people, she's waving. She's so happy, right? She done had a rough morning. She's so happy she sees her friend Marge and she's waving at Marge, and Marge kind of turns her head to the side. I'm writing a story called Waking Up White, and it's just a day in the life of Michael Jackson. Oh, that's so cute. Yep, they avert their eyes, whispers. So people are just averting her eye. And so now she's like, oh my God, okay, I thought I was gonna be safe once I kind of got here, right? And so then she walks into the building and y'all, she got to pull out her ID and give it to security to get into the building. And that's when she realizes, oh my God, but she realizes it too late, right? She done showed the ID, but she realizes too late that that's a white lady on the ID. And before she can pull it back, security snatches it out of her hand, asking her what she's trying to pull, trying to get into the building using somebody else's ID. So she tells them, no, I work here. She tells them the floor that she works on. And she tells them the floor she works on and that she has an important presentation and this and that. And they're like, no, go sit down. We need to call security. Yep, security. So they call security on her and she's like, well, can I at least just go to the bathroom? I won't, try to leave, whatever. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And so she goes into the bathroom and now she breaks down crying. She's kind of in the bathroom. She's crying. There's a black woman in the bathroom. And she kind of looks at her and the black lady is kind of like, oh my God, what happened to you? Because she knows her, right? She said, aren't you that lady that works over there on the 3rd floor? I know you. I work on the same floor with you, but you never speak. What happened to you? This is the first person who has recognized her. And so she's saying she don't know what happened. She's trying to explain and that she didn't gave them the ID and now they won't let her in the building. And the lady, and she's telling her, and I got that presentation today. She said, girl, you can't make no presentation looking like that. So this black lady is in the bathroom trying to help her get herself together. The lady is wearing a scarf around her neck. So she takes it off her neck and she helps the woman kind of wrap up her hair because, honey, it's too bad. They can't comb it. They can't do anything. So she just wants to wrap it and make her look a little bit more presentable. Her arms are ashy. So she gives her jacket to put on, and then she walks the woman to security and tells the security, don't worry about it. I got it. I'm going to sign her in. So then she gets to go up on the floor where her boss is, and she gets there. She's running a little late because she'd have made a few stops. Her boss is all anxious, talking about, and then when she walks in black. And her boss wants to know, what kind of game is this you playing? You doing blackface today? And what do you have on? Why do you have that scarf around your head? What is this? We doing an African presentation today? What is going on? So she tries to explain to her boss. Her boss says, we don't have time for this, but what I do know is I cannot put you in front of clients the way you're looking today. So you need to just go ahead and go on back home. So after she done had all these different things this morning, now she goes back home. What do y'all think happens when she pulls up at her house? What do y'all think? What's going on when she pulls up at her house?
Police are waiting for her because they already saw the thief leave this morning.
That's right, girl. So by the time she gets home, because we done only lost about 2.5, 3 hours. She done had a long day. It's just 11 o'clock in the afternoon. So the police are at the house. And the neighbor, as she pulls up, the neighbor is screaming, that's her. That's the lady. That's the one that stole it. Because, of course, when people steal cars, they bring it back to the scene of the crime. So she's talking to the police. She can't make the police understand. So they tell her she's going to have to call somebody to vouch for her because, she got the keys to her house. She got all the stuff she needs, but she's driving the car with a key. But the police are like, no, you need to call somebody else to vouch for you. So she calls her family to come over. Her mother comes over. Her brother comes over. Sister-in-law, they come over. They come over to the house and they are clowning her. They are just like, oh, Kunta Kinte. Oh, what a fun day. They're just having fun with it, right? Because they don't even see color. So the fact that she showed up black, just like if that man had a black baby, they don't really care that she's black. So they're just teasing her and all of that. She's trying to get them to listen to what happened to her during the day. They're not really that interested in it. And so then she just tells them that she's just ready to go to bed. Her day started, it's only noon, and she is tired. So she just wants them to all go home, and she goes and she sits on the edge of her bed because she just wants to go back to bed. But as she sits there, before she can put her head to the pillow, she has a deep thought. What do you think her thought was?
Up and I'm in my regular body again because I didn't like this.
Is this how I treat black people?
Mm-hmm. So she wants to go to sleep so bad, y'all, but she's scared if she go to sleep, she don't know if when she wakes up, is she still gonna be black? She's like, I'm not sure what to
But they
do.
tell us it's not a big deal though. Oh, it's
But it
nothing.
ain't a big
I
deal.
mean, It's not about color. Sure, it's not.
And so I have done this exercise. I'm telling you, it's one of the best exercises. And so what we do with it is we debrief the story with people. What are you feeling as you go through this story? Do you know what I mean? What happens when this person shows up? What happened when the person called you buckwheat? What happens? And because they are reading it, right, going through it, and they're being asked to track their thoughts and their feelings and their emotions, girl, some of these people told me they was too tired reading it, that they couldn't even finish it like in one setting. Like they had to go back to it because they were so exhausted from the experience. Some of them said that they ready to quit after they went to the grocery store, not to the little drugstore, that they were so embarrassed and didn't even realize how they were looking. Some of them, because I've done this with the white parents, y'all know, the white parents who have adopted black kids. And one of the things that they said is, wow, we've had so many encounters in our lives where black women have come up and talked to my children. And I used to think that it was really odd. Oh my God, we've been places and black women have just come up and offered our children things. And we thought that that was odd. Now I see that these women just were showing up for our children because they noticed something, or they just wanted to make sure they saw it. They were very concerned about why their coworkers didn't recognize them, why their coworkers just ignored them. It's a really, 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 really good exercise. And then they have to determine at the end how they feel, because they don't know if they're going to wake up black the next day. And then they're expected to write what that feeling would be if it happened the next day. Like, what are the next things you're going to do? And one woman, I remember, she just irritated myself. She was like, well, actually, my priority if I wake up black the next day would be to get a new ID.
Girl, cut it out. See, that's the foolery, because that would not be your first thought. You are not being genuine.
Exactly. And so some people started off saying, oh, well, when I read this, I was like, oh my God, this is so cool. So now I can see what it's like for my girls. Girl, they said by the time they were done with that day that they were like exhausted. So anyway, I don't know what y'all think about that, but that's like one of the exercises.
I
And
really
it
like
really
it.
does push people into that reality of trying to see something. And that's what I was saying. People don't have to see anything from anybody else's perspective. So yeah, so that's one of the fun exercises. I may put it on my Substack.
The reality is that we spend our lives putting ourselves in that scenario the opposite way, that we constantly have to
What will people do if I put this on? What will people
mhm.
do if let me go back in here and do my hair. My daughter left out of here today. It's so funny. This is so funny, Brian. This is so funny. At least to me. Y'all might not think it's funny. But my daughter came in and I kind of didn't like how her hair was. But I didn't say that, right? And I said, "Oh, are you gonna brush that back?" And she said, no." I said, "Oh, okay." And I said, "Well, I got a question." And she said, "What?" And I was gonna ask a question, y'all. Then I said, "Let me leave that girl alone. Let me let her go out however she wants to go out." And she kept saying, "Ask me the question." I'm like, "No, no, 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 no. It's okay. Never mind." Y'all, she came back like 10 minutes later, and her hair was down and her hair was done. It's so sad. She said, "Is this what you're talking about?"
Oh wow.
I thought that was
So,
hilarious.
Nikki,
I thought it was
can I
hilarious.
ask
I
Nikki a
didn't say
question?
anything. I did not say anything, but she knew. I'm kind of like, why in the hell is she going out like that? You know what I mean?
We know, raised in a black household, we know.
Right, exactly. And like I said, it was so funny because she came back and said, I
Yeah,
did my hair.
she got it. She got the picture. You didn't have to say it.
I didn't say a word. Listen, I tried to keep my eyes down. Like, I'm not going to say, but that's what I mean. I'm saying that's my natural reflex, right? That is my natural reflex because I always want her to be seen in a particular way, right? And so what was my thoughts in that moment was, girl, you don't know who you about to meet while you over there. You could meet somebody that's trying to elevate you in your whatever. And that's what you're doing today. That's what was happening in my head. But I didn't
Right.
say
And that's always our thought process when we, prepare to go out and do anything really.
Yep, absolutely. Did I bring Davina up? I thought I did. Hey, Davina, welcome to the live. Davina,
Happy
welcome
Black
to the live.
History Month.
Happy
How
Black.
is everyone? Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yep, I can hear you.
I've been trying to find you after the live you and I were on before. I think it was over the weekend with that crazy girl.
Which one was that? It's so many.
The one where they kicked you off the live because you were talking logic and data, and they were talking about their feelings, and she was a BLK girl, lady.
Oh, I know the one you talk about. Yep,
I can't
I know the
remember her
one. Yep.
name.
That was the one whose prompt was something like being pro-black was stupid.
Yes. Yep.
Being pro-black is stupid and racist. That was the pink.
She was trying to tell you that you said something that you never said, and meanwhile the whole live heard exactly what you said.
Yeah, this woman said, "What if I wake up Latina?" I don't know. I didn't write it for Latinas. If I were going, see, here's how I'm different. This is what I'm saying. When the one guy said, "But white people are the majority," I wrote that specific case based on Black people's experience. If I were going to do that case on waking up Latina, I would give some Latina the framework, but I would ask the Latina to write it through the lens of being a Latina. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the difference. I don't presume to know what that
That's a little
experience
bit
would be like for her.
disrespectful what that say on there, isn't it?
You said what now?
That's a little bit disrespectful what she's got written on that face there. White culture is hate.
Hey, Mickey, I got a
That's not
question
very
for you.
respectful, is it?
Mickey, I got a question.
Hold on one second, David. I'm gonna let you get in, but Mickey, here's what I want you to practice doing, because people tend to be very reactionary. What would be better is to say, "Could you help me understand what your profile picture
When
means?"
that came up,
But you don't, because you don't know what it means, because you don't even know what it means. You're simply reacting to it.
well, no,
So what I'm
any
trying to
person
say
will
is,
see
if
that,
you
and that's
want
the
to
first
get to
reaction
know
you get.
people, hold on. If you want to get to know people rather than demonstrate white privilege, then what you do is ask people
I ain't got
questions.
a white privilege. I don't see that.
But
Then you got a lot of work
it's
to do.
it's so ironic because you came up and said that you were human. So why did something related to white people, which you're not, you don't see color, and you're just part
No,
of the human
I don't
race.
see colour, but for in the general population, when someone see that, they'd react to that.
Mickey,
Not people,
But do you
people who
understand
don't see
though?
color.
But do you understand that your reaction is about your own mind, not the other person?
Now, if I'd have now come up on your screens and I put on there black culture is hate, you wouldn't have liked that very much.
It wouldn't bother me at all, honey. I have all types that come up here. I'm Black, baby. This is what you don't understand. I'm
I do
Black.
understand that.
Excuse me, sir. I'm Black. I already live in a world that I already know has negative thoughts about Black people.
Yeah, but there's
Somebody
a lot of
coming
people
up,
that don't think
sir. I
negative
let
about
people
black
up here
people.
on
Let's be
I let
honest.
people, sir. You asked the question. It wouldn't bother me. I let all kinds of people up here on my live, and when I have a question about something, I ask them a question.
Mickey, may I ask you a question that they didn't ask?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. If your wife brought home the baby, and would you forgive your wife and stay with her and raise that baby as your own?
No, because he would just assume it was his baby. But go ahead. He said that would just be his baby. He wouldn't even ask a question. But I would love to hear the answer, Mickey.
Yes, yeah, I would, yeah.
Thank you. That's what they didn't ask. You would forgive your wife. Oh well, this is my son or daughter. I'm going to raise her.
Oh yeah, of course I would.
But can you
That's
ask
awesome.
Can you ask him another question, David? Could you ask him the question though? Why would he need to have any? Why would he have anything to forgive his wife for? Because wouldn't he just assume that it was his baby?
No, he's saying he would forgive his wife for
But why? What would she need to
cheating
be?
on him because he
But why
loves her
would?
so
But hold
much,
on,
and
hold
it
on,
wouldn't
hold on,
matter.
hold on. Hold on, but that wasn't the question I asked. I didn't ask him about his wife cheating. I asked him if his wife delivered a black baby because he said since we were all human, why would he assume if his wife delivered a black baby that it wasn't his? That's the question I was asking.
He
Right.
was
So no
saying
need for forgiveness. We got
David,
somebody
I
else
need you to
delusional up
understand.
here.
David, I need you to understand what I asked. I didn't ask him presuming that his wife had an affair. I
At the
asked
end
him
of the day,
presuming that we're all human and that as a white man and a white woman that they gave birth to a black baby. And I'm saying, so he don't have no questions?
There's a
yes.
famous case about
listen,
that.
And there would be no
See,
need for forgiveness.
I knew
Y'all are
that would be
missing the
his
point.
answer, that he would forgive
He
his
would
wife,
take
that he
he would
loves
take
her.
that
But
baby
but
back to
what
the
I'm asking
hospital.
you, David, is what would his wife need to be forgiven for?
Forgiven for
listen.
if all
Before
he sees is are humans. Y'all are missing it.
for cheating on him.
But why
Who
would you
said he?
assume? Hold on, because we right there, Courtney. We right there.
We right
Why
there.
would you assume that his wife had cheated?
If she did, and she did cheat,
Not you,
I,
Mickey. I want David to tell me why you would assume that his wife cheated on him.
Because that was the whole premise of the
No, that was not the
question.
premise. The
No, it
premise
wasn't.
was no, it wasn't. The premise was him and his white wife gave birth to a black baby. Now, you are adding the logic that Mickey kept running from. You're adding the fact that she
Hmm.
must have cheated when what I'm saying is why wouldn't it just be normal for two white people to give birth to a black baby? That's the question I was asking.
Yeah, it would be
And
normal because things skip generations. All of a sudden,
Yeah,
there's a
so then that
redhead
would
in it.
mean that he
thank
had
you.
black people in his previous
Yeah,
generation.
that's the only way that would happen, David. Now, y'all white people are just not out here birthing black babies. Now, let's be for real. We have to bring it back to logic. Now,
Right.
y'all drifting off into fantasy land.
I asked him a very easy question that was ridiculous. And he rode the wave that it wouldn't matter. You now have come in and said, but if she had a black baby, that would mean she cheated.
He
That's
obviously
something that
doesn't know
this
about
man
Sandra
avoided.
Lane.
That's something that this man avoided because he said he would ask no questions at all because the baby would just be human. That's what he tried
And
to tell
just skip down the street with the baby, just happy as can be.
Did
in
you
this
did you ask
area
me?
in this area of UK where he lives where there are no black people.
No, I didn't say there weren't no black people. I said there's more black males than there is black women.
No, you said there are very few, so that's why you
Very
would
few
not have
women.
ever dated a black woman because
Very
there were
few
very
black
few black
women, but
people.
there's several black men. That's
Mhm.
what I've tried to
Well,
tell
that
you.
even adds
That's what
another
he
layer
said.
because, but what that adds another layer
Yep.
because if there are more black men, okay, let's discuss.
But my
So,
You
question is
so,
to
see,
you.
so
My
David, let's do
question
it
is
this
to you
way.
is how do you know I've not got black people in my family?
I don't know. I got white people in mind, but
Sandra
if I gave
Lane.
birth, hold on, I got white people in mind, but if I gave birth to a white baby, I would have some concerns.
Well, I'm not the one with the problem
Mickey
then,
would
am
tear that
I?
hospital up demanding answers. Let's
See,
stop.
but this is what I'm saying. This is why you all are so disingenuous when it comes to things about race. You're telling me that it should not be a problem if I birth a child that looks like somebody from around on the other side of town versus it looking like me. You are ridiculous. That's just stupid. So, David, my question would be to you. So, if you and your wife gave birth to a black baby, would you have questions?
Yes, but I would suck her just like Mickey. I would
No,
have
but that's not
questions.
what I'm asking you. I
No,
don't want you
I
to
would
run
be
past it. I don't want you to run past it so that you can
okay.
tell me in words how wonderful you are and that you don't care about color, because that's just words. What I want to know is what are the questions that you would have for your wife?
I would be strong and silent, and I would, as a man, and not ask any questions.
Y'all are about to be
Thank you.
stricken down immediately because you don't even
Hold
believe
on,
that.
yeah. My phone is ringing, but it's
Depends
not
whether you're a
coming up.
lover or a hater, really.
So you would be strong and silent as a man, but would you think that that your genes had produced a black baby?
Maybe, and anybody at work or anybody in the community that questioned
Wonderful.
it,
Would
I'd punch them in the mouth.
you think that your genes had produced a black baby?
No, I would not.
Okay,
That would
so
be
now we
hard
finally
to.
got a straight answer. So now
I would
your
go on
genes did
Springer.
not
I'd go on
produce
Springer.
your genes did not produce this black baby. Is the baby not human?
Yes.
The baby is human, but you do see that the baby is black.
Yes.
Okay, because that actually is where the question came from, right? Because he was telling us that he doesn't see that because there's only one race and that we are all
Hmm.
only human. That's why I asked him the question. So the question wasn't about cheating or anything else. The question was, would you recognize if your wife gave birth to a black baby? And even though we are all human, that would cause you to ask some questions. So our humanity is not diminished by the fact that we recognize that there are people who are black and people who are white. That doesn't diminish humanity. It says that there is more to humanity than simply saying we are all human. So I thank you for just being able to answer the question straight, which is something that he refused to do. Because if you don't notice that the baby is black, then there would be no questions.
And
There
there
would
will
be
be
no
something
thought
wrong
that
with you.
anybody there would be no thought that
Hmm.
anybody had an affair because you wouldn't see it anyway.
I did
Right.
say to you I would
Good
not
point.
say
Great.
it's
Good
black,
point,
but they're
Valerie. I
still
understand
human.
that.
Right. That's what we were talking about.
I get it.
And you saying I could still love the baby, that's cool. That comes out of your humanness. But you're not loving the baby without still seeing that the baby, like, something happened here.
I get it. It was just a comment by another person on the panel that said, "Oh, if that happened in my family."
Because I myself and my husband are black. I
You
said I'm the person that
impersonating.
said that. No, definitely not me, because I said that we are two black individuals, and if I birth a white baby, there will be questions. That's common sense.
Why did you feel the need to do some weird impersonation? I'm just curious, where'd that come from?
I love comedy. I watch comedy all day.
Right, but you'd
Don't
have to
quit.
be funny. And an
Don't quit
impersonation
your
that
day
you do
job.
poorly is not funny.
No, it's more to be self-deprecating, to make fun of yourself. You're not supposed to make fun of other people.
Yeah, okay then.
You got it. Hey
You
Ted.
got
Hey
it.
Ted, I have missed you. I have missed you. Welcome to the live.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, great. Yeah, I just wanted to add that there is a South African film where a white couple actually birthed a colored little girl, and
Uh-huh.
of course, it created all kind of discord and trauma in their family, in their community, because they lived obviously in an apartheid society. And after they got the medical DNA test that says he was the father, uh, then they had to go to court in order to allow their child to go to an all-white school.
Yep.
Uh,
Sandra Lang is her name.
I remember that. Yep.
yeah, that was a great film that really identified the dilemma that you just posed to us.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. We can't, when people say whatever about racism or this or that or privilege, when you can't even have a basic fundamental conversation where you can be open and honest about race, there's no hope for the other part. When you can't say something as simple like, yeah, that would be a question. That would be a question, right? And that's why I'm saying, so a lot of times I pose these, they're not ridiculous questions, right? But I make them very easy questions. And they're easy questions so that we can find a point of agreement and then move the conversation from there. But too many times on this panel, I got people running around chasing the easy question. Like that was just the layup for us to say, oh yeah, okay, I get that. Let's move on to something else. But Ted, I have missed you. I haven't seen you. I wasn't on the app for a week and a half, and then it took me a while to get my algorithm back. And so you are one of the people that I have missed. I have not seen you, and I always love for you to come over and share. So I
I
am glad
always look
that.
for you, Val, but I was moving this past month
Uh-huh.
And luckily, we were able to stay in California.
Oh, good. Good,
My
good, good.
wife retired back in the end of September, and but she said she didn't want to live in the same house anymore. She wanted to start another chapter. It made perfect sense to me. I was able to identify a 55 plus community that is relatively close to her blood relatives,
Okay.
and so we've been spending the last 6 weeks in total turmoil, throwing stuff out, and
Moving is hard.
oh,
Moving is, and especially
I
if you've been in one place for a long time.
I just sent a message to my brothers by another mother who helped us relocate and package this stuff up and haul it over. And I sent a message to them today that said they saved my marriage. That's how much
Oh, that's so
that's how
cool.
much anxiety and stress we were going through.
That's cool. I love that. Yeah, me, I was just birthdaying this month. So, um that's the only reason why I wasn't here. I didn't have any great goals, just celebrating my birthday, my milestone birthday. So,
So are you in the 6-0 or is it the
I am
6-1 range?
6-0. I am 6-0 now. I am officially 6-0. Look, everybody on my live is like, you've been saying you was 60 for 2 years.
She finally made it.
Well, look, this is what I said to my friends. I told them, I said, well, now we almost 65. They were like,
Not
will you just
not you
stop?
jumping 5 years. You supposed to be going back 5 years. Oh, I'm
No,
still
my at
65.
my birthday. So at my birthday dinner, there were three of my high school friends, and so one, his birthday is 2 days after mine. So we've been, you know what I mean, sharing a birthday for all these years. And then two of the girls that were there, one's birthday is in April and one's birthday is in June, right? And I said, yeah, y'all, we all 60. And they were like, we are not. And I was like, why are y'all bugging out? We almost 65. So it was just like,
Not
no.
65.
Nothing wrong with
So
that. I'm
y'all may
64.
as well get ready because that's what I'm gonna be saying now. I'm 65.
Oh my goodness.
And so I'll be saying that I'm 65 for the next 5 years because I'm almost 65 at this
Sis,
point.
don't be rushing yourself up to
There's nothing
65 because
wrong with
I
that.
swear when I turned 65 last year, a switch got flipped.
Something happened.
Don't
But
rush
Brian,
it.
I don't know if I mentioned this to
Don't
you because
rush it.
my brother Brian lives very far from me. My other brother lives in the same city where I am. So my brother was at my birthday dinner. And so Brian, he said, wow, he said, I welcome you. He said, because now as siblings, we are all in our 60s. And when he
Yeah,
said that,
we
I was
have
like,
one year
dang,
every
that
decade.
feels weird. Look, we got him for one more year. Um,
Right.
but it was, you know what I mean? It was like when it really hit me. He was like, we're all in our 60s. And I was like, oh wow. So you know why it hit me, right? Because y'all are old. Y'all are so much older than me. Then I'm like, wait a minute, how I get in
hmm
the same group? How I get in the group with
For
y'all
one
old
whole
people?
year.
Huh? Yeah, for
I
one
said
year.
for
We
one
we will
whole
we will
year,
all
we're
we will
all in the
all be in
same
we'll
group.
all be in our 60s for one year. My brother's gonna turn 70 next year. Um
Well,
yeah, so it was really
I'm
cool.
82 this year, but old is always 5 years older than what my age is.
Old is all
Bless
right.
his dead.
But I'm telling, and
I'm
listen, I know y'all have seen my little video, right? Where that girl told me I was old. That's the one. Who was up here? My Lisa, was that you? Who was up here that was
I
talking
saw
about?
that video. Yeah, we were
But
talking about
somebody,
that.
the other person who was up here talking about that live. That's the live. That's the
Oh
live.
no, I
Where
wasn't in
the
the
girl
live.
had the pro black live. That's the one who told me I was old. And
Oh,
then when she dropped me, she said, "Fatty."
Oh, disrespectful.
So I
fat
didn't make
where?
a
But
video
she is
about that.
obviously blind.
But that's what I made the video about was because I was like, especially it was right after my birthday, right? So y'all know I've been birthdaying and just as happy. And I'm like, are you trying to
Yeah.
insult me by calling me old? Girl, please. What? Are you
Exactly,
kidding me?
because
That's not old, is
unless
it?
you
I'm
plan on
pushing
checking
40.
out of here early, baby, isn't your goal to get old? I mean, I'm
And I
not I'm
love that
not
that's what
understanding.
people commented. People were like, "Isn't that the goal?" So, as I said to people, when you grow up and stuff, I always wanted to grow up and be the old church lady. I have always just had a love and a fascination with the old church ladies that sit on the front row with a big hat and they just do whatever they want to do. You know what I mean? I just always wanted to be that lady.
Hmm.
Little girl, get down from there. I don't know why.
Right.
And I told you they stand behind when they give out the refreshments. Little girl, you done
Hmm.
already had 2 cookies. Go find your mother. See, I always just wanted to be that lady, the old church lady, so I could just sit on the bench and people could bring me a fan, and that's silly. But that's the thing. That's what
No,
I
because
looked
I
at
think that's
when I
me
was a
now and I'm
kid.
in my 40s. That's me now.
Well, I'm
You
going to
know
let
what?
you
It's
leave you
funny
people.
because I mean,
You
of
all
course, I
have a
guess
good
I don't
evening.
know who is that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I say I'm no good leave you people. No good go in the bath. Have a good evening together.
Okay.
I'm 65 this year, look, and I'm no going to have another child.
What? I was about to say, and you have a baby on the way?
Let me tell
Yeah.
y'all something. Y'all write down
Bless your
Mickey's
heart.
name. Listen, y'all. Y'all write down Mickey's name at 65, cause he gonna
Yeah, I'll
be
be
on this TikTok
65 in
doing a
September.
story time, just like what I
Mm-hmm.
said. He's gonna
I'll
be
be
doing a
six,
story
I'll be
time and say, "Y'all
65
not gonna
September the
believe what
1st.
happened." What'd you say, Mickey?
I'll be
Oh, wow.
65 September the 1st.
Okay. And
All
when is your
right
baby
then.
due? So we can wish you all the good luck. When is your
Oh,
baby
my
due?
my partner, she's only 30.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying. But you said your baby is close.
Yeah, very close. Yeah,
When
Okay.
is the baby due, is what she's asking.
within the next couple of weeks.
Oh, see.
Okay. Oh.
Listen, I want y'all to write Mickey's name down, and if y'all see him anywhere on here doing a story time on TikTok, like you not gonna believe what happened.
Well, you good people have a good evening.
We are. So thank you, Mickey, for coming and hanging out with us. We are good people. So y'all know I'm
You
winding
are.
down. I am winding down on the live. It's been a good live. Can y'all get this maybe up to 150,000 likes? That would be wonderful.
Valerie, I wanted to bring something to your attention,
Yes.
and this is something that happened within my own family.
Uh-huh.
I was speaking to my cousin. I think I've told you that my father is Panamanian. He was
Uh-huh.
Panamanian. He passed away.
Uh-huh.
So I was looking at the census of when my father was born.
Okay.
I have a BLK grandmother, right?
Uh-huh.
My father grew up in the Canal Zone in 1940, and I think it was in 1904 was when United States took control of the Canal Zone area in Panama. So I was looking at the census and I saw that during the United States Census, they classified a whole group of BLK people as YT if
Uh-huh.
they were married to a YT man, because they went by the if you were born
That
of
time. Uh-huh.
a biracial family, that they would go by the race of the father. And my grandfather was YT. He was an Argentine man.
Uh-huh.
So all of my father's brothers, my father, his sister, all believed, because when they were born, that they were YT, and these were BLK people. So for the longest time, my father thought he was YT, even though his phenotype was actually BLK.
Was right. Uh-huh.
Isn't that crazy? And now I'm going to try to explain this to my siblings. So this is going to be really interesting conversation.
But you know what? But here's the thing. For all the people who come and say race doesn't matter and we don't have race and we don't have this and that, the simple fact that there are designation of races at all, right? What I've been saying to people the last few days on the live is we did not go through America trying to classify people by intelligence or height or weight, or do you know what I'm saying? That isn't what we did. We didn't go and say these group of people are similar because they're all really intelligent. These people are similar because they're all great at cooking. These people are great at the sciences. These people all share weight and height, right? That isn't what we did. What we did in this country was say people who look like this are white, people who look like this are black, people who look like this, right? And then what we did was assign characteristics to those groups. So it didn't matter whether black people were intelligent or how many black people were intelligent, because what was assigned to the group was that they were intelligent, that they were inferior in intelligence. Y'all see what I'm saying? So the fact that we did this, and so where we are still stuck, which is the question that the guy asked about EBT, right? When he came up here and said, but black people are reliant on the system, right? That's just the story that just keeps being told. That's the narrative that just keeps getting repeated, because we did not group people by who's intelligent. Because if you grouped America by who's intelligent, right, that would be a broad spectrum of people. Instead, we said the white group, those are the ones who are intelligent. This group is less intelligent. These are less intelligent than those, and these are even less intelligent than those. That's what we did in this country. And so now people actually believe that you can tell whether or not somebody is intelligent, because this is what they'll argue. Yes, but black people on average have a lower intelligence, have lower IQ. And I asked somebody on my live a long time ago, when's the last time that they gave out an IQ test to somebody? Where are they
Who
giving out?
created the IQ test?
Right, but
Let's
even
start.
here's the thing, even when they say that, have you taken an IQ test? How many people in here have actually taken a IQ test that was registered somewhere?
Not me.
I did second
Not me
grade.
either.
So you said in second grade?
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't. Now, if y'all talking about the little things that pop up, when you scroll in TikTok, take this, answer 10 questions, or we'll tell you your IQ. But where are they giving out IQ tests for us to even know who has the highest intelligence? They're
And
not
that
doing
was
it. It's
that was
just a lie that we just
1982.
keep repeating. It's just a lie that we keep repeating. Go ahead. Was that you, David?
Yeah, and that was 1982. I mean, that was a long time ago. And that's one of the things I love about you, Val. Like, a lot of these people feel like they can win an argument by go ahead and calling the person unintelligent or uneducated. That's not how you win an argument. And I've never heard you call someone or judge someone on their intelligence or
I try not to
education.
call people names just in general. I just don't. That's just not a part of my personality just in general. Because if I start calling people names, it'll be bad. But this is what I'm saying. So we do this and we just accept it because it was said. We don't actually ask, when was this done? When did we do this? When did we just go and take a cross section of upper middle class black people, middle class black people, lower middle class black people in poverty compared to white people in poverty, lower class white people? When did we ever do that? We didn't. We never did that. Yet people can still go around and say it.
I was trying to unmute to say never.
Right. And the
Sorry.
thing is, but the thing of it is that if we did, and the scores didn't turn out the way that you think that the scores are supposed to turn out, what do you think is going to happen with that information? What do we know? So
They'll
this is
suppress it. They're not going to tell anybody, or they'll lie about it, change it, fudge it.
so somebody said Brother Mitch 130 and 140. Brother Mitch, I think mine was 137. Whenever when I took it, I think it was 137, I think, or 127, one of the two. So somewhere kind of, I'll say, like, in there with yours. But the thing of it is what does it really tell you? Because the IQ test is testing you on recognition of patterns. But how does that necessarily get applied? Somebody said right. My son is 29, but he doesn't have. I'm just reading the comments. Okay. So, because again, then we have to believe the next thing. What does this IQ quotient attach to? You know what I mean? What does it correlate with? And so the test itself was actually developed to test to find out what gaps immigrants had coming into the country so that they could give them resources to close those gaps. That's what it was designed for. But like everything we do in this country, we try to use it to say this group of people is better than that group of people.
Yeah, and the other piece, Valerie, is that it was actually framed from the French military in terms of being able to slot
Yes.
individuals into different skill levels and different categories of contribution. And what we have done is we have appropriated the theme of superiority in order to relate it to a potential contribution to a community. And in fact, what we know, of course, is that IQ is no correlation to contribution to any society. That, in terms of productivity and community service, EQ has a much higher relationship to it. And now I was just reading this past week that now they've established another Q called relationship Q that really identifies
Really? I haven't
another
seen that one.
factor.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah,
So
it's
is
called
that
RQ,
generalized relationship?
relationship quotient,
Okay. I'm gonna go and look
RQ.
it up. I'm gonna go and look that up.
And so I just wrote a reply to the group that shared it with me that says, how does GQ fit into that scheme?
Oh my
So
God.
I did that from a humorous point of view.
That's funny. Yep, that's funny. Hey, listen, good people. We have been on here a good little while today. If anybody has like hey, Courtney, do you want to do a last little roundup? And then if people want to give kind of like a quick going out statement, because I promise y'all I'm not going to be on here. Pastor,
Okay.
y'all be doing something and I'm going to be like, out. Go ahead, Courtney.
Everybody, please tap Valerie up to 150K before she ends. Make sure you send your daily heart me, get that in. Make sure you tap. Also, if you would like to give Valerie or if you would like to follow anyone on the panel or gift anyone on the panel, you are welcome to do so. Share the live, repost the live, and send your populars, your Go Populars if you can. But continue to tap Valerie up to 150K before she ends.
And Whisper asked me something in a you sent me a message, I think so. And she asked me about posting like a link to like outside, I don't even what you would call it, like outside payment, like Cash App or something like that. If people instead of wanting to give to TikTok actually wanted to give to me. And I don't know how I feel about that. So I don't know if it's something that I would do. If I was, I maybe would have done it on my birthday. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love and the support, and all of that. But and she's not the only person that has asked me that. Actually, a few people have asked me that. Tip jar. I got to say tip jar. Okay, so tip jar. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I do have a Substack that I never know what the name of it is to tell y'all there. It's my name. Put in my name and Substack. I think it's Valerie Said That and Substack. I think that's what it is. But and so if I do that, I may do it and attach it to the Substack itself. I'm not really sure. Just not sure how I feel about it. So I don't know if y'all have thoughts or opinions, but I don't want people to feel like it's something that they would have to do. But what I'm learning, and the only reason why I'm mentioning it is I do a lot. Even in my personal life or whatever. And I'm a giver. And so I have never been very good at being a receiver. And something that somebody has made me understand in the last few months is that sometimes I have to allow people, because if I'm a giver, that means other people are receiving, and I have to be able to allow other people who feel that way to also be able to do the same for me. I still ain't comfortable with it, which is why I'm saying it and it's why I'm mentioning it. But I do want to acknowledge that Whisper at least thought that there was something being offered here that she thought that people may want to support in a different way. So, okay, so that's it. That's me. So if anybody got some closing words that they would like to share, something that
Not
stuck
that
in
you
from
asked
this
me.
conversation. My Lisa, go ahead.
I agree with her that you should put that information up so I could stop supporting TikTok more than I support you. Just as an option. Cause yeah, just a preference, but some of the creators, it's not very many of y'all. But those of you who do, I would much rather provide you with that. Your time is worth a lot, and I can't imagine even today just the patience, just that opportunity to sit with somebody who has the wealth of knowledge and education is invaluable. To see somebody do it in real time, you don't really get access to that very often. So I hope you choose to do that. You got some interesting case studies. I hope you've been keeping these lives. You could repost these lives on YouTube and then do like a voiceover of what happened versus what they heard. Like what I said versus what they heard, or what I asked for and what I was given. I don't know if it'll be helpful to everybody, but I think because of how you deliver your information, something about how you deliver it speaks to them in a different capacity. Because I'd be ready to snap. I know I do. I'll be ready to get spicy in like 10 seconds. But you remain calm throughout the entire engagement, and it's just something that deserves an opportunity to be understood and studied, and hopefully somebody else can learn from it. You know what I mean? So
But
I
I
want to thank you for
appreciate
having
that.
me up here.
You know, one of the things I did do, I didn't realize it was off. I did turn it's actually a switch you have to flip for TikTok to save the lives. So I have turned that back on. Because there were a few people that were writing me saying, hey, that was a good live the other day, but I can't find it. And I didn't realize it was off. So I have turned that back on. So the lives are back on the record list. So I guess if you click over, you can now see those lives. You can see past lives. So I appreciate that, my Lisa. I appreciate it.
Valerie, may I ask you a question? Have you done a session or a prompt around the illusion of meritocracy?
No, but I would love to.
Yeah, I think that may stimulate some
Well, that would be a
other
good
examination.
conversation.
Yeah.
Because it's something that I think about. And I don't know if you all have seen this. There is a woman, I don't know why I cannot think of her name, but there are a lot of videos going around. It looks like it's like a 10-part series with John Stossel. I think it's John Stossel. And the woman is maybe like Hannah or Heather somebody. Have you all seen these videos floating around? And she's talking about Black people and merit and testing, and white people having perfect test scores and not being able to get into college. Has anybody seen that? They've been popping
No, I
up
haven't seen
I
that.
haven't seen it.
YP.
I haven't.
And so it would be really interesting, Ted, because that's what she's talking about. And so she's saying things like Black people are testing 200 points below white students and still want to go to school with white people, when it's obvious that they wouldn't be able to keep pace with white students. And then they cry that it's racism, when the true racism is around white students. And she kept saying son. I don't know if she's talking about her son, who had a perfect score on his test, because they always perfect. He had a perfect score on all his tests and a higher GPA, but they don't want white men in schools. So it's a whole series. I haven't seen all of them. I think I've seen 3 or 4 parts, but y'all know how it is. Once you watch one thing, they kind of keep popping up.
But what about the little Black girl that's in college? She's elementary age in college now. So I guess, and all of the others before her, but I'm saying this is just the latest one that I've seen. So what is her explanation for those cases?
Those are aberrations.
Yeah, those are right. And you'll see them in everything, right? But here's something that is interesting to me, and anybody who's been to college or sent kids to college or gone through the admissions process, this is something that we know. You can take a child with the same who has stats. That child doesn't get into every school that they apply to.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if I apply to 5 schools, I might get into 3 of them, even though I have the exact same stats while I'm applying to every school. So the fact that you had a high test score and a high GPA isn't the only factor. The question is, how many other people like you are there, you know what I'm saying, in that class? So there's a lot of things that go into, somebody's admissions package, right? And so, I'll say my daughter was a great student. She had good GPA. I don't know that she had the greatest test scores, but my child also didn't start speaking English until she was almost 8. So my daughter is competing with kids who started school in preschool and everything else. She started school in the 2nd grade, right? So that's part of her packet story. That here she is in line with her peers, having started several years after them, having started 4 or 5 years after her peer, right? That's what I'm saying. So there's a lot of things that go into people's stories. I was trying to think, there's another thing that she said. She said that medical schools then lowered all of their standards for Black students. This is another one of her claims, I think, in one of the videos. And so now we have all of these underqualified doctors practicing medicine. It's interesting, y'all. If y'all haven't seen it, I think her name is either Heather or Hannah, but I'm pretty sure that it's John Stossel. Y'all know who John Stossel is, with the big mustache, dark hair. I think that that's who's interviewing her. And so that is a great topic, Ted. So I'm going to create a prompt for that. And so we will definitely have, somebody said that they have seen it. Somebody said that they've seen it, those videos. So I would love to absolutely have that conversation. Who's still
I
here?
look forward to it.
Yep, absolutely. And so I am
I
glad that you
absolutely
are.
want to be here for that.
Oh, definitely. So y'all know I ain't gonna come half cocked. So y'all give me a couple days to get it together, make sure I understand what you know what I'm saying? We gotta have a sort of focus and a how we want to do this and look at that. Oh, thank you, Whisper. Whisper said we did it. We did 150. So we got 5 more minutes, because at 4:30, I don't care who's talking. 4:30, I am shutting the
Cut
live.
it off. Mhm.
And I say that because you know, Courtney, I say it at
They will keep you
45
up here
minutes
another
that I
2
will
hours.
be here. I will still be here at 7 o'clock talking about I'm about to go.
Right. You
I've
have to
seen
just cut
Valerie
it
make
off.
that promise so many times, and I would click off and then come back
And we still
45
here.
minutes later, and she's still on.
She's still talking. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So listen. So Amanda, I know you wanted to come back up. I want to make sure to give you an opportunity before we sign off.
Absolutely. I just wanted to come back. Well, I wanted to ask that Mickey guy a question, but it's not even worth it. I just want to say that exercise that you went through was so, like, it opened my eyes as a YT person, that, like, I thought that I already knew the struggles that BLK people go through, but having that exercise kind of relayed in front of me opened my eyes even more. And I just want to say thank you for that, because I don't know if any other YT people got it. I certainly did, and I understood it, and I felt it in my heart. And I feel like the way that you have patience with people, and again, like the lady who said that, the tolerance and everything, I was getting frustrated with these people, but you have so much patience in trying to teach others, and I think it's so admirable. And if people don't get it, they'll never get it. They're just ignorant. But I would just like to say thank you. You've taught me a lot being here, and hopefully I'll, be able to continue to learn and maybe even go away and teach others as well.
Knowledge is power. That's all I have to say is knowledge is power.
Absolutely. And it's some people are really ignorant and they'll never get it. And then other people, if you just listen instead of like arguing against what someone is trying to explain to you. Like when Mickey just had a go at that, you know, your profile about the white thingy. It was just, he was on attack mode. And that's why I think a lot of YT people are, like, just get on their high horse about one thing and they don't listen. And if we listened more, we'd learn more.
Miss Valerie, I'd just like to say you are one amazing woman. And every time I scroll and see you, I have to stop and listen. And I'm waiting for you to go off someday and drop F-bombs. Thank you.
Oh, Courtney, he done missed it, huh?
He done missed it. He's not listen, that Valerie right there that comes out when y'all just keep poking. I'm over
Because the
here
guy,
cheering.
wasn't
Yes.
it the other day where the guy kept saying it to me?
Mm-hmm.
What did he keep
Yeah.
saying? What
He
the F do
was
you
saying
mean?
something.
I just tried to
Yeah.
ask you this. And then
He was
and so I
going
did, I
off.
said that. But you know what, David? It's few and rare and far between. And, you know, I was talking the other day about, you know, just as you learn about yourself. And I told y'all I have come a long way since my 20s. But it wasn't until the woman, if you were on here and I was talking about the lady when we were doing the work with the people and I taped the man's feet to the floor. It was an older lady who took me and was kind of helping me kind of learn the business and that kind of thing. And one day she just said to me, "Do you know something I've noticed about you? You don't cuss." I just remember it being really funny when she said, "We've been spending so much time together and you just don't cuss."
Oh, baby, she just don't know.
Right. And so it was true. But what I'm saying is, I don't think that I or even thought very much about it. You know what I mean? There's some
Mm-hmm.
things that you just do or don't do, and it's just you. But to her, she was just so fascinated by that. She said, even though I cuss like a sailor whenever we're together, she was like, "What is that about with you?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I just," and I think what it is because I think, and this is what we were talking about the other day, right? Just growing as a professional person, meaning I was in so many different settings, right? And oftentimes the cost can be high, not so much of cussing, but just the way that I'm perceived. And
Yes.
I don't know when it happened because I told y'all I'm from a long line of cussers, so don't think I don't know how. I just don't. And I think that that's what it is. I think it was more learning how to develop really strong positive messages where I could influence people and get to people without doing that. I think it's just a thing. And like I said, I didn't even notice it to the point that she just said it one day. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess I really don't. Okay. But it's 4:30. Bye. No.
Bye.
Courtney,
Press
you
the
said
button.
something about 30 seconds. Amen.
Sorry. I just don't know how their stupidity just like sends my blood pressure like through the roof.
Well, listen, we
I'm
will talk about it next time because I know you will be here, same time, same channel. So, listen, you all,
sure.
I really appreciate it. We've had a great audience. Thank you all for supporting the live. Thanks. I always say I have the smartest group of panelists, people who come up and people. David, you always ask good questions, even when you hear. I notice you've been here a few times. Thank you for all the people in the comments. I really do appreciate you. So, follow the people on my panel. If you're not following me, follow me. And Courtney, I wanted to tell you, do you know that I've gained 400 people in the last week?
Yay. That's amazing.
Remember, I was trying to limp to get to 10,000. So there are still people
Yes.
out there listening. And so I appreciate it. I do not take it for granted. So listen, you all be good to somebody. Happy Friday. Have a really good weekend. I sometimes don't do lives on the weekend, but I probably will one day this weekend. So y'all look for me. I'll be here. It's 4:31. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.